Okay. All right, we got an official quorum now.
All right.
Good morning. You ready, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. The first item before you this morning is actually three budgets: finance, retained risk, and debt service. Ms. Jones and will actually be here for finance and debt service, and I'll probably be the one here for risks because they really don't do that much of that budget anymore. Finance's budget is essentially standstill, 4.1 million. I think it's $7,000 more than they started out this year. They have kind of balanced out. Some vacant positions aren't funded anymore, but they also, I think we did an amendment for y'all earlier this year. They changed the way they account for the expense of collecting delinquent taxes. Instead of netting it out of revenue, it's actually an expense now. So in effect, that went up and salaries went down. The only other thing they've really done is there used to be a budget, or there is a budget now for the mail room, and they've just put it into purchasing where it was essentially run out of anyway. They have eliminated completely funding for 6 positions. Debt service is 73.2 million. We actually, current year, our payments are a little over 22 million. We're not changing the millage. Some of those reserves that you see there now probably will end up being used to slow down whatever property tax increases come from selling the last of the 2021 bonds, or if we're successful next spring, from selling the earliest part of the 2024 ones. Ms. Jones is here and can answer whatever you might have on those. You can stand up if you want.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well. How are you all?
Good.
You got to reward her for getting up here early. I mean, come on. Ask her something easy. We have been very fortunate in finance this year. We picked up, some really good new leadership in various divisions, and I think they're running reasonably well. We're going to be trying to do some things next year to try to streamline some of the purchasing processes that we have, because that's kind of a constant complaint that it takes longer than a lot of the department folks think it should to do stuff. So that's probably something we'll work on. But other than that, we don't have a lot of big issues with them.
So the positions that are eliminated, you don't foresee you ever needing to fill those positions?
At this moment, I don't. We took those positions off to try to balance the budget, and they were ones that we had in the funding for a couple of years, but they hadn't been utilized.
Okay.
And with just some other reorganizations that we've done internally, we feel like we're fully staffed. We have some vacant positions still, but they are in the budget, and we're working to fill them right now.
Well, I mean, for instance, earlier in the year, they actually had a position for an assistant purchasing manager, which in an office of 8 seemed like a little too much, so they ended up trading that out for another buyer, which they're trying to hire right now. So, we've been pretty flexible with them on what they want to do inside the budget.
Many thanks. I appreciate your efforts.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Do you, while you're here, what's the, we had kind of an issue getting property tax bills out last year. Are we doing things to not have that happen this year?
Yes, we are on top of that. That was one of the first things we started talking with our vendors, our contractors that assist us with property tax collections. They had an issue with balancing last year. We are on schedule. So we were expecting to have them out no later than the week of Thanksgiving, which is customarily when citizens are used to receiving them.
Good deal. Good to hear.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Okay, the risk budget was also in this time slot. This is one that is a good bit different than if you've been here, what you may have seen, because our auditors told us that it was really not something we needed to do, was to continue to budget the negative balance. The negative balance is there. It's not going away. It is money that the fund on the books owes the general fund. But what we have done is budgeted just the current year revenues and expenses, and what we have done is made sure, at least in what we start the year with, that that budget is balanced. That revenues that are coming in and expenses that are going out are the same. That is a tough calculation right now, because we will not know, frankly, until spring what our insurance premium costs will be, but we're budgeting for in excess of a 20% increase, just in case. That's more likely than not, unfortunately, because the insurance market's what it is, and we've spent a good bit of time this year having a lot of our buildings reappraised so that we make sure we're insuring them for the right amount, because a lot of the insurance coverage we have says, if you have a total loss, we're only gonna pay you for X% of the value that you actually said it was worth. So we're trying to update that. People from our contract insurance provider were here, and Shelley and her folks took them around, and they hit a lot of the main buildings trying to get big numbers for them. Unfortunately, when the numbers go up, that means that general fund, solid waste, airports, and water and sewer pay more. Generally somewhere in the 10 to 20% range over and above what they've been spending. General fund, it's like $3.7 million extra to make it balance. But if you don't balance it, it just ends up dragging you down further down the road. The whole budget's just right at 16.8 million. That's about 4.7 million more than we think we're going to spend this year, and we went up a good bit earlier in the year. Okay, this is obviously general government's the place where we put all the non-departmental stuff. Health premiums for retirees, transfers to other funds, civic appropriations, operating reserve, those kinds of things are there. That budget, as we start the year, is just under 65 million. That includes a $25 million operating reserve, which is about 9% of what we think we're going to spend next year. It also includes about $30 million in transfers to other funds with, as I just said, pretty good size increases in retained risk and solid waste in particular. The biggest decrease is in Sportran, because they don't have to fund the match for the RAISE grant, which they had to do this year. We have not yet finalized the list of civic appropriations. We will get that to you fairly soon. But I think what you can generally expect is that most of the people, if not all the people, who have gotten funding this year will get funding at the same general level. The only real issue we've seen on that is that we have been funding the Ware Center, which the state has now taken inmates out of, and we're still trying to get a handle on whether there's any reason why we should send them any more money. I don't think so. And if that's the case, we'll have a little bit of money to appropriate to some of the other agencies. I know we've got to go up some for the coroner because his expenses have gone up, as has the autopsy expense that we actually get billed separately. We have funds in there for one election next year, assuming that there is a bond issue election in April. That's about $200,000. This budget would be about $3.5 million larger were it not for the change in retiree insurance. But those are the biggest changes that we have for this year.
The autopsy expense for the coroner, are we still shipping our autopsies out to Arkansas, or is it?
I don't think so, but I will find out. That's not one I've ever been asked, so apologies.
I wondered that too.
Because I know for years and years, we've all been trying to kind of land it here so we don't keep shipping our work.
Right, that's unfortunate choice of words, but okay.
Yeah, somebody's got to do the work. Anyway, I was just curious. I mean,
I can find out
No, that's
when we
all
get
right.
back to the office today, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Why were we ever sending money to the Ware Youth Center?
I have asked you all, I have asked the sheriff, and I have asked the parish, and no one can seem to. I think there was a time when we were sending a little bit of money to what was then called Johnny Gray Jones.
In Bossier?
And when Johnny Gray Jones essentially stopped taking those folks, they went to Ware. And it appears that for some reason, at some point, council decided we should do that. We have not paid them but one bill this year and do not intend to pay them another. But we were paying, we're budgeted to pay them $140,000. So that's where probably a little bit of money for a couple of other organizations might come in. But I think generally, the people that, that are gonna ask you, am I gonna get the same general money? I'd be extremely surprised if they did not. There may be a time when we wanna look at those a little more carefully. This just wasn't the year to do it, so.
Yeah, I just wouldn't understand why we would be giving money to that. We don't send any juveniles there, it'd be more so the parish.
Well, I agree, and as I say, as some of you remember, I asked you all if you knew, and y'all didn't have any idea, the folks at the parish didn't have any idea, asked the sheriff, he didn't know, so that's a pretty good indication that we shouldn't be doing it.
The dollars that we send to NLCOG, what is that for?
It's just staff support, that's all. I mean, I don't know what percentage it is of their budget, but we've been giving money to COG for that purpose for as long as I can remember.
For their staff?
Yes.
Can you give me a breakdown of that?
Sure.
At the forensic nurse exams, are those for the sexual assault kids?
The same nurses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I would like to know if for any reason that our sexual assaults go up at any point this time, and if that amount is sufficient enough if we saw an increase in those sexual assaults.
We can do our best to find out.
Okay.
And when Mr. Clark gets here, we'll get going.
Who's gonna do, Riverfront?
Well, I guess I am, so we can do
You
that
gonna
right
do-
now.
Yeah, you're gonna do Riverfront.
Okay. Thank you, Sheree. April. The Riverfront budget is just under $9 million, up about 4% from this year. We've tried to project revenues actually pretty conservatively, because we're not really seeing a big bump from the no smoking business, but we've actually projected a little bit less than 2022. We'd like to hope it's better than that. In the biggest change is that we're not using Riverfront money to prop up general fund. As we told you, we would try to get away from. At this point, that allows us to put some money in debt service, assuming we go through with REV. If we don't go through with REV, then I think we're gonna be looking to try to find other economic development related opportunities, because that's what that fund was set up for, and it's kinda gotten away from it over the years. So that's something that we should be knowing fairly soon what we're gonna do with REV, and it may or may not be before the budget's done, but certainly that money will be there for economic development, whether it's REV or something else. Again.
On Rev, since you brought up Rev, I see the stadium is still up. Are the bats back in, or do we plan to, is there an update on the stadium, or what are we doing?
Yeah, I'll do that one. I was at least waiting until we had some decision about REV before we made a final decision about that, but the likelihood is that that stadium will be demolished.
There's no time frame.
There's no time frame right now, but it will be soon, depending on the season for the bats.
Apparently you can't do it when the bat babies are there, that's the.
Yeah, but that's ending now, so we need to jump on that before.
So the money that we paid to get them out before, how long are we just gonna keep on getting them out and then letting them come back in, and then getting them out and letting them come back in?
Not very much longer, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I have a question too. I know we had been waiting, to get that feasibility study from Pharrell. How long is that gonna take?
We think we'll know something within the next 30 days.
3 days, okay. Cause it was supposed to be 60 days, now it's been like
They're-
4 months.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They originally told us April, and we said, I don't
I
think
know,
so, and.
it's a long time.
So they're getting fairly close to being able to give us some preliminary conclusions and maybe some final ones as well. We meet with them every week, so.
Okay, cause now the other company is back, the one that was interested in it.
I'm sorry?
The
It-
company that was interested in it before,
You talking about UL?
mhm.
Oh.
Are we still dealing with that?
Talking about Mr. Coleman?
Mhm.
Not when we don't have to.
Well, I
As long as he's
hard.
suing us, it's kinda hard to get real excited
Right.
about wanting to
Okay.
deal with it.
Cause he's called me for a meeting. Are we still in litigation with them?
We still in litigation? Yes, we are.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
It's the reason the stadium's not down yet.
Okay.
So when do we go back to court?
It is right at a standstill, waiting frankly for us to say we're gonna tear it down or we're not gonna tear it down. I'm not, I do not see that the stadium is in a state where it could be repaired economically. And frankly, was looking for a good reason besides just deciding to tear it down,
Say that again, Mr. Mayor?
I think it's definitely an eyesore when you're
Yes, ma'am.
when you're coming down the interstate, and previously, in the previous administration, we looked to tear it down. And so now it's just sitting there, and so we're accumulating more money when we sit there, then we got to remediate the bats that's getting there. If we are pretty much already know that we've taken the position that we're not going to go over and rebuild that stadium, then I mean, I wouldn't see where we would look for it in the councilwoman's district. Every time you come down the interstate, that's the ugliest thing that you see, that we need to move to get rid of it.
I appreciate your input, and we'll certainly consider it and make a move.
The one thing I think you do need to be aware of is that because we had to stop the demolition because of the court proceedings, we're gonna end up having to ask you for some more money when it comes time to actually tear it down, because we had to pay delay time for the contractor for a while. And I'll have to get with Shelley and figure out what the number is, but it started out, it's gonna be $500,000, and my guess it's gonna be more than that in order to finish it. But we'll let you know when we know something there. But I think the intention is clearly to get the eyesore out of there. It's not ever gonna be a ball stadium again, I don't think, Mr. Coleman's efforts notwithstanding.
Is there any damage on Mr. Coleman's side that if they lose, they have to, what do they do if they lose? I mean, they just can't.
I'd
they
have to
just
get
don't-
I'd have to get the city attorney to answer that question for you.
Okay, cause
Uh,
it just.
my thought, and I really try hard to stay the client here. My thought is that we probably do not have a remedy to recover our damages, but if we do, we will pursue them.
Okay. It just doesn't seem right that he filed this lawsuit.
Right.
And then he lose, and then he just say, okay, well, I lost, and he just go on
We
it.
hadn't lost yet.
It seemed as though it ought to be something that he's gotta do. I mean, it's like if you file a frivolous lawsuit, then you gotta pay at least $25,000. So it doesn't seem like he ought to just be able to just say, yeah, I held him up and I filed a suit and I'm cool.
Yeah, while at the same time, whatever other activities are going on out there, you still looking at this dilapidated stadium, which is nothing more than blighting. You got the Independence Bowl coming up, you got the fair going on right now, but just a major part of that being a thoroughfare coming into the city.
How much do you know about how much it costs to pay to get those bats out of there?
I do not know the answer to that question. As I said.
If you can remember to ask Shelley that when she's here later today, you
Okay.
should be able to
So I
get that.
talked to her last week, she said the mating season was over, and she was gonna start working on, so we'll ask her when she come up.
Means that they making babies.
Okay,
We can keep hold on that.
Yeah, for real.
okay. Will you finish with that, Mr. Dawn?
Yes, sir.
We'll see MPC is here.
Mr. Jean is here, so
You can come on up.
bright and early.
Mr. Doug, did we notify
How y'all
the
doing?
rest?
I'm
rest
sorry?
of them that we were gonna be moving kinda
We
soon?
did. Nero said he will be here by about 8:40. If someone else comes here before that, we'll get them up. If not, we'll try to do what we
Okay.
can. MPC's budget is less than what it started out for this year, only because their 2023 budget had money in it for the UDC master plan update, and they will need to get that money encumbered before the end of the year, and I know they are working on that. If they don't, we'll have to come back and roll it over, but we do not want to do that, so that's a message to you and them
Yes.
for whom you work. Otherwise, it's pretty much unchanged. Our share is again less because we're not paying for part of the master plan update. The parish's number is unchanged. Somebody had asked a question about whether we had asked the parish for, to increase their share. The only mitigating factor to that is that we get a lot of permit revenue from them that theoretically they, that's a decision they made. Their number has not changed, I don't think, in several years. Is that correct?
The last 2 years.
Last 2 years, okay.
Yes. Before that, it was significantly lower.
But essentially, your budget hasn't changed much by the time we get to this number either, so.
That's correct.
So we're not, if that number was equitable, it still is.
Yes.
Have any questions for Stephen?
Good. Thanks.
All right?
They have some good things going on. You have some new young staff
Yes.
coming on, and
Yes.
you might want to tell them a little bit about that while you got a minute.
Yeah, we've got a staff member we've gotten from California just recently who's really a whiz at doing demographics and graphics and GIS, and we're already utilizing her skills in a great deal. We just got a gentleman from Ball State that came to work for us. He is actually from the Atlanta area. So we've been able to actually pull people who are interested in coming and living in Shreveport from other areas. And they give a lot of fresh perspective to our, where you also was able to hire one of the interns
Yeah,
that we
I was
had.
gonna say, didn't I
Yeah.
recall that you had
Yes, we
picked up
did.
one of the interns as well?
We sure did, and she is a whiz, and she's also helping us actually manage the board's schedules in the board, in the meetings, and also is the assistant to Mr. Clark, but she also does some planning as well. So we have a very diverse and talented staff, and really appreciate it.
They're actually doing better than most of us at bringing in some young blood into their organization.
It's a lot of hard work, but we've been doing a lot of outreach through a lot of different platforms. We've gotten onto Handshake, which is a platform that goes directly to the planning schools. And so that's one of the ways we've
Are
been
these
successful.
local? These local talent?
No,
No. So you already said they weren't.
Yeah.
So what was the draw? I'd always like to know, what's the
Well,
draw for them coming here?
we talked about the fact that the vision of our agency was to be diverse and that we really evaluate equity and that we were really strong on professional development. And I think that really helped draw them to us.
Does any of them have any experience in urban planning?
Well, yes. Degrees in urban planning, yes,
Okay.
yes. Anything else I can help
I'd
you
actually like to
with?
sit down and meet with some of them.
What was that?
I like to sit down and meet.
Sure,
Yes,
sure.
definitely. That's
We can
great.
arrange that.
Yeah, that is
You know, and
absolutely awesome.
And I think going forward, I mean, you may be doing this now, and maybe with some young talent, they may be leaning to this, is that, I drive around and I see progressive cities that, they're not all concrete anymore. They're very careful to put in a lot of trees,
Mhm.
whatever those trees may be, and I think that's something that Shreveport could definitely use, is more trees in, big parking lots and things like that. So maybe going forward that, any new developments and so forth, you may wanna consider or suggest that, we kind of plant some more trees instead of just having nothing but concrete.
Well, that's some of the things that we'll be discussing in this update. We are very close to getting that completely through. I think we had a couple of issues, and legal wanted a couple of things added to the, provisions added to the contract. We should be able to start implementing that. It should be the first next year, we'll in earnest start doing the outreach and being able to, and the discussions like that will be a part of what we'll be talking about.
Are you gonna see Mr. Clark?
Yes, I will.
Tell him I was interested to make sure we could still have our plate lunches at church.
Okay,
All
I sure will.
What-
Thank you very much.
What are y'all thinking about, while we got a minute, since the next
Okay.
one's Sports Trend, and he's probably 10 minutes away? Is there anything the council would need to know about, UDC amendments that you might be working on that would affect the kind of things they normally see, or, because we see one, seems like about every other council meeting.
We have one tracking right now that really, matter of fact, we just had a public hearing on it last week where we kind of go in and strengthen the issues that we had with the liquor stores. We're trying to, there were some, what we felt like there's some things that we didn't think of, and this happens when we do amendments. You don't always think of everything. And we had, one of the things that was still in there was an ability to get variances on these distance requirements that have been pretty effective. And so what that did, it was just actually kind of, it put it in a different venue, but it was actually going back to where we were doing some more case-by-case things. We've closed that door. You won't be able to do that in the future if you pass this. And we also put a provision in there, if a liquor store closes, there's a much shorter window now. And if they open back up again, they would have to meet the new code. And so that might eliminate some troublesome, especially if they're closed for violations to the ABO law. So that's also in there.
And that one's coming for introduction next time, as I
Yes,
appreciate it. Yeah.
yes, it just went through the MPs, it'll come for introduction next time. We had two representatives from that industry come and speak in support of that, which really surprised me a little bit. And then we did have one person speaking in opposition. I was looking to see if that was Mr. Clark walking in.
Yeah.
For food trucks, are there any changes that you all see that the, MPC has made as it relates to, food truck parks or food trucks development, since we see that, they are increasing in our city? So what particular accommodations have we made for that?
Well, we did a pretty robust food truck outreach a couple of years ago with the industry. And I think we did a pretty good job with that, anticipating what you're talking about. So it's not on our radar to come in and do anything with it right away.
How many are we allowed to have? How many are you allowed to have at a site?
As I recall, I think the threshold is somewhere around 3 before it becomes a park, full-blown park.
Okay.
I don't have that right in front of me, but I believe it's somewhere that's where that threshold is, 3 to 4. But I can get that answered for you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
And tell Miss Emily I said again, thank you.
Oh,
She had
sure.
a lot to endure in my neighborhood meeting, but she did extremely well.
Yes, I heard that. Well, thank you so much.
What you probably heard is she had a lot to endure, but yeah. She had this serious deer in the headlights look like, what am I
Like,
doing
what am
here?
I doing?
She was fine.
No, she does a
And
great
She did a
job.
good job.
She
so.
did
Yeah,
a-
she handles
did-
our,
Did
she,
an excellent job.
yeah,
Yeah, she
I'll
is
pass
very-
that on.
She is very responsive.
Yes.
And I
Yes.
appreciate that response in my
Well,
district as well.
we always like to hear
I
good
will
things
say
about
this,
our people.
that the follow-up to that is that the expectation was that there'll be a zoning violation issued fairly quickly for the house on Tecumseh, so Emily
Correct.
will be their friend until,
Until it.
But y'all gotta
until
get that
something
done.
else changes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
message received, he said.
Thank you.
I
Thanks,
see
Steve.
Fortran is here, right?
Fortran is on its way here, I mean,
They-
is he parking, is that what the? Should've taken the bus. He
You
wouldn't
took the
have
bus,
to.
yeah.
Well, we've just done an hour and a half stuff in 30 minutes, so.
I'm looking at your, cuff links.
Come on, man. Ms. Clark,
Hey, man.
while we're waiting on,
Yeah.
Fortran,
He got some interesting questions for you.
I sent you a message of while we're waiting on Fortran.
Yes, sir.
We still can have our plate lunch at the church, right?
Absolutely.
I just wanna make sure that.
I'm not gonna make that congregation mad at me.
I'm good, Ms. Clark. You batting 1,000.
Tell me about this plate lunch. We might need
Do
some
we
of those
need
at
to
the
do
city.
legislation so he can have his food plates?
I
When I
just
get
wanna
back-
make sure, Ms. Clark, we good.
When I get back upstairs, I'll start the planners to finding a way
Okay.
to make plate lunch
That's
sales
all I
at churches
need. That's all I need.
a allowable
The
use.
church people happy. all of
You
them.
got to keep every part of the community happy you can.
Oh,
And that's an easier one than most, so.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And I apologize for being late. I came down yesterday and looked at y'all and looked at the process and was prepared to come down this morning and woke up and didn't feel well. But it's like I share with the young planners that the best plans in the world have one possible fault, and that's life, because life can turn in a different direction, so you have to always be ready and willing to amend that plan and go in another direction. And I'm so glad that, I hope that our budget got approved and we're ready
We ready.
to jump out and do wonderful things in 2024.
Thank you, Ms.
Awesome.
Clark.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Have
you,
a good
Mr.
day.
Clark.
Thank you all.
We mostly talked about all that good new staff you've gotten in, so. Yeah, isn't it nice?
No, he was waiting.
Thanks, Sue.
Thanks.
He was, he's waiting on.
You might wanna go find him.
Now,
'Cause otherwise, you're gonna get to do this. Chairman, tell me the story on plate lunches. Have we had some issues with, I mean, I'm just curious, because we got them
I don't know
now.
if you wanna go there.
Well,
maybe
all
not.
of that was in with the food trucks at one
Oh,
time.
okay.
And we had to sort all that out.
Wow.
Okay, well, that makes good sense. I thought maybe he was doing plate lunches for your church.
No, it was a long story with the food trucks and all.
Oh, goodness.
It was during the time we was trying to do a food truck park, and so we ran into some issues, with that.
Okay. We will start as soon as he gets here.
So now we're gonna do food plans.
Hit that on, put on me.
So yesterday we had, do you know if they've corrected the sound? Because they said they couldn't hear it out the feed. Do you know if they've corrected the feed? No, I'm saying. Oh, he's working. No, out where the audience, not in here, but I'm gonna say in television viewing land, because yesterday they couldn't hear it. Okay.
RJ, we might have to put you back there in that booth, get the sound.
You stack over there.
They got one week to get it together, we're gonna put you back there, I think you can get it straightened out. I don't know how she was watching. She was fine.
I just emailed Shelley, said, if you're in the building, come on down. 'Cause- Well, good. You know, one thing y'all don't know is that Mr. Washington will be away from us for a little while. He's having knees replaced.
Oh, wow.
So maybe he's walking slower than.
Okay. Wow.
Oh, could it have been the time when I had policy though? It was during the entire meeting?
Where did Nero have to park, for goodness sake?
He had to get some furniture at 8:30, and he was coming straight here at 8:45.
He said he was here at 8:40, so. We had this problem yesterday, they're going really fast.
That's what he said.
That's not a problem, that's not a problem. Y'all won't be here very long. I didn't know these things still existed.
And the pool went out. They went there after the first quarter, the first one of business, and they had 30 left in the whole city.
Really?
So they did it 15. And next year we're buying 400 flush shelters, so we're gonna have to have 400.
Sure we can find somebody.
She just got the groups off and sign off on it, so she'll be in a couple weeks.
Okay. How y'all gonna run the place with the Nero gone for?
Okay, just so you know. Then again, he lives by the phone,
Oh.
and we spend a lot of time.
They may want to come back to work.
Understand. He may be under the influence of pain pills at some point.
No, he takes them back there and he stops.
Look at here.
De Niro, you made it.
Moving, keep moving.
De Niro actually had a meeting down the street at 8:30, so that will tell you how.
Good morning. I did text Mr. Doyle and let him know we were meeting with Sun Furniture. We just did the final on that this morning with the fire marshal, so that's where I was at this morning at 8:30. I ran here to try to be here on time.
Y'all wanna wait till the chairman comes back? We got plenty of time, so. Now that you've raced in
Now
here,
that
you
you
gotta
raced up
stand, you
here.
gotta stand.
Okay, now you gotta wait. What kind of stuff is that?
I was running.
Make you break
We
a sweat,
sorry.
then we make you wait.
It's okay.
Is everyone doing okay this morning?
Good, sir.
And I just texted Shelley, she's in the building, and we've got folks in the hotel here, so we should be able to keep moving reasonably well, I think.
He'll be out of here at 9:30.
Doing my best, but maybe not that good. Look at the man coming in with all that healthy stuff.
Okay.
Morning, Councilman Green, how are you?
I'm good, man. How you
Okay,
doing?
we can start Sport Trend. Their budget's 17.4 million. That's about 5 million less than this year because of the raise grant not having to be funded but once. They will keep their zero fare program for another year. The only real change is that there will be less service in Bossier because they are keeping their funding constant, and we have been providing, or realized during the year, we were providing actually more service than they were paying for. So we are dialing back that. I think that's a process that's ongoing right now, but at some point at the first of the year, they will have the service they're actually paying for. And I think that's, let's see, his capital program, he's got 110 million in total projects, but about 9.5 million of that's new money. Most of that, 2/3 of it or so, is from federal grants. They've got 2 new projects. They're sort of annual capital project where they capitalize their O&M expenses. That's like 9 million. They've got another 506,000 for facility upgrades. So, De Niro, you're on.
Well, good morning. Well, thank you. I think the CAO has kind of highlighted already the things that we have going on. We have a lot of major capital projects going on. The one I just referenced when I walked in the room with Sun Furniture, I'm excited to announce that we're just completed phase 1 of that project and got the fire marshal approval. So you will see a lot of activity in early 2024 happening in that space. The second floor will be going out for bid here very shortly. Well, will be our new training and innovation center for our employees. We have also purchased a driver simulator that was funded in last year's budget that we will be putting in. Sometimes it's better to be able to, some of those incidents and accidents that you see, you can simulate those accidents and incidents, such as the Texas Street Bridge has been one of our high traffics with turns. So how about we put all our drivers through a simulator to make sure they know how to make that turn properly and cut down and reduce the overall cost that we see as a city and as an agency. So we're using some of those things through our safety department to have things drawn out, real life situations here in the Shreveport-Bossier market of a lot of our incidents to be placed on that simulator. Also, one of the major things that I know everyone is concerned about is the RAISE grant. I did get an update on the RAISE grant Monday. And one of the things that they're saying at this point in time is that we should have our final agreement in place by December of this year. The state is going to manage a lot of that contract for us because a lot of times the feds with these major capital projects, those things are managed by the state and the federal government. The city will be a subrecipient to purchase the vehicles that's attained within that project, and it's looking to be about a 2.5-year capital project initiative. The other major things that we have going on that I would reference to you that I want to make sure that we point out is ridership through our zero fare programs up as of June of this year was up about 353%. That number is still constantly climbing. We want to look at ways, we are already within house looking at ways we maintain the zero fare program after the funding, the federal funding is gone, but we definitely want to start conversations with the city council about additional resources that we can work with community partners to be able to engage to maintain this program. Social service agencies and everyone contacts me every year at the end of the year. Are we gonna be able to do zero fare again next year? This has been such a wonderful idea for those agencies and for those passengers. We can clearly see with the ridership increase that it's something that's definitely needed. The only heartburn I have, which is not your concern, is in Bossier. We will be doing some service reductions. I know myself and the CAO went over and met with Bossier. We've tried to do all we can do. They don't want to increase their budget, so we're gonna provide the level of service next year. It's not to be a fight. We're not in a battle with Bossier. We're just gonna provide the level of service that Bossier has requested at this point.
Now, the only decision we really had to make on that was whether we were gonna cut the service during the year, and we basically made a promise to the Bossier folks that we would go ahead and meet our commitments until the end of the year in hopes that that would encourage them to provide a little additional money. They did not do that, but we told them up front when I met with the CAO over there that, you know, okay, if that's what your council chooses, we will work with you to make the cuts in the least painful way we can make them, but it's about, I think we've assumed we're providing a little over $1.3 million a year in service for $900,000, and that's not gonna continue.
Okay. De Niro, the bus stops, when we taking the tour, how soon are we looking at going in and placing those coverings? I know you've given us homework assignments to go over there to identify
So
Those
we have
particular
met with about
places.
half of the council, and
Okay.
those stops are under consideration, engineering the drawings.
Okay.
We still need to meet with the rest of the council to make sure that we are putting those shelters in locations that we feel are great for your district. And the reason I'm saying I would want to meet with the council person is we've had our shelter concerns already with this council, with the downtown style location. So it's just better when we go out. Councilwoman Taylor's been out with me. We just go out and drive your district and we look at some stops. I can show you high traffic locations and you can tell me yay, nay, we should do that, we shouldn't do that. And we have some additional opportunities besides just a shelter to go in some areas. And I just like to sit down and talk with each one of you one-on-one about your district and drive your district so that we can make sure that we're doing the things that is best for your area.
So, Daenerys, next week, any day other than Monday or Tuesday, I'm ready for my tour, my ride and all that.
Let's go ahead and schedule Wednesday, because as of Friday, I'll be out until the beginning of the year. I'm having a knee replacement on next Friday, so.
Just call me and let me know what time Wednesday.
Yes, sir, I will do.
Y'all gonna have lunch on the bus and all?
We got you, Councilman.
You can call me Wednesday too. I try to call Wednesday also.
Yes,
De
ma'am.
Niro, tell him you'll take him to Morrison's.
And before I leave the podium, I want to, I definitely want to recognize somebody. Tomorrow is going to be her 35th anniversary with us. Ms. Vicki Clinch has been our financial director for 35 years. So that takes a lot to have somebody that controls all your money for 35 years and still with you, and don't look to retire anytime soon, hopefully. But we do have plans and actions if she decides that she is ready to move on, but she is committed that she's planning to stay with us for another 5 years, so we're gonna hold her to it.
Well, as your anniversary present, you can ride with us on our tour.
Thank y'all so much.
De Niro, let me ask you
Sure.
for, I'm concerned, on Hearn Avenue, there's so many, little stops right there. Do you know how soon there will be shelter? And I guess I need to ask Gary too about lighting, cause it is quite dark
So-
on that stretch.
So I know everyone thinks shelters is like a real short project. It's not, because every time we put a shelter or any kind of capital initiative out, we have to make sure they meet ADA requirements.
Correct.
So when we go in, we had to get a full engineering drawing set for how that construction is to be done to make sure it's meeting all the ADA specs. So I can't promise a deadline and say, oh, it's gonna happen next week. You know, I met with Councilman Brooks at a stop at Princess Park, and that was one of the things I shared with him was, it's not an overnight project. So as we get these engineering drawings, the faster we can all get together, the faster we can get these shelters going. And doing things in bulk is gonna be a lot better than doing 1 or 2 stops at a time.
Okay,
We'll get a better pricing when we put all these out for bid.
good deal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
De Niro, just to educate me a little bit since I'm one of the new guys. The subsidies, like the preventative maintenance,
Yes, sir.
there seems to be like a big bump there. Can you
So
can you educate me a little bit there?
So you will see a big bump. One of the things is that, you know, the new federal bills that's come out has offered additional funding for public transit. But the other thing that you will notice in the coming years is our federal subsidy is based on ridership. With
Right.
ridership being up, you're gonna see bumps in federal subsidy in all areas
Okay.
as we go forward. And that's one of the positives of actually getting additional riders on the bus. On one end, you're pulling down revenues, but at the end of the day, you're bringing up your federal reserves on the opposite side. So you will see that as we go forward with the increase in ridership.
And that stands for the preventative, the local match for preventative maintenance as well?
Correct, it will.
Okay.
De Niro, just educate them on one thing. What was the last year we had we were actually charging fares, how much revenue were we getting from passengers, more or less?
I think it was,
Just ballpark. It
I
didn't-
want to say about,
Ah,
I'd rather give you the correct numbers, I don't want to get up.
It's okay. I mean, because I remember it wasn't a huge number.
It wasn't a huge number. It's about 1.5, 1.7 million is what we pulled in passenger fares. And we've been meeting that goal with federal subsidy. We've received that, just so everyone knows how zero fare is paid for, and to make sure, because I know we do have some new councilman persons. We received a grant through an ARP funded grant. It was for marketing and advertising to be able to get people back on public transit. I didn't think anybody wanted to see $6.3 million in billboards and TV commercials about SportTran. So we asked for special permission from the feds to be able to use that money to attract with a zero fare program. I don't know a better way to get people on the bus than zero fare. Using that subsidy, it was approved, and that's the reason we've been using about 1.5 million each year. Next year, we're gonna probably use a little bit more of that subsidy over the 1.5 because ridership has increased so. So we're probably looking at about $2 million to fund that service in next year. may have to be adjustment. We're looking at that very, very closely based on ridership, how it falls at the end of this year.
You might also want to address the issues you're having with electric buses.
So electric buses have been a challenge. I'll just put it to you that way. Our manufacturer with Proterra filed bankruptcy, I guess 6 months ago at this point. And one of the major concerns that we have is that they just delivered 2 new electric buses to us. We have one that needed a dry motor. A lot of their vendors, because they were not paid, are now looking to honor their warranty commitment. So we are working with the federal government now to ensure that this process is vetted and a thorough process. Not going to say we're going to stop the electric bus service, because we do have a grant through the RAISE grant to actually purchase 5 to 7 additional electric buses, and that's what's a part of that grant. So we will get additional electric buses. It just won't be from Proterra. We'll be going with a manufacturer that has been around for 50 to 100 years, either New Flyer or Gillick are the 2 we're looking at. But those are challenges that we're dealing with. We're working with legal to deal with those issues at this point.
So since you mentioned the electric buses, so what's the breakdown? I mean, I guess we still have CNG.
We do.
Okay.
Most of our fleet is CNG.
Most of them are CNG. Okay.
And we just, to be honest with you, we just purchased, in the last year, we purchased 18 new CNGs that are on property.
And so what's the, other
so,
than making us feel good, what's the benefit on the electric versus the CNG, since the CNGs are quite?
You want me to be very transparent with you? The most transparent answer I can give you is that's what the federal government's funding now.
Yeah.
So all the money that I got from CNG at this point in time, we went down and met with Governor Edwards, Dr. Wilson at that time when he was secretary, and they gave us a call for money to go purchase CNG buses with. The feds haven't given us any money to purchase CNG buses in several years now. What they're funding is electric buses. I will tell you that we are applying for what they call a no-note grant in March, where they have 25% of the funding now discretionary for low-emission vehicles, not no-emission vehicles, which low-emission vehicles are CNG. So we're going to be applying in that pot for additional CNG buses, and we've already started working with Senator Cassidy's office on that project.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks for making it.
Downtown parking.
Okay, that's an easy one. Budget's a little over $1.4 million, pretty much the same number as this year. DDA gets $425,000 of that to maintain the downtown parking. The rest of it's in reserve. That reserve is now a little over $1 million. I do not know at this point there might be for that. That money has been pretty much building slowly over the last few years. There'd been some discussion if there ever were an attempt to build a parking garage down there, it might be a way to buy the land for it or something like that, because that's the only thing it can be used for.
I do have a concern on our late fees. 'Cause
Okay.
Our late fees are extremely high. After 10 days, it's like $50, $60 if you late on a parking ticket. Is that a standard by what the council set, or is that by the administration? Why are they so high?
I don't know, but I will find out. It sounds like it would have originally been passed as a piece of council legislation because it's a
Yeah.
city fee, but if it's not, we'll get you the answer. I
Okay.
really do not know. It does seem like a lot
Yeah,
quickly.
'cause this is a lot for a parking ticket.
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay, thank you. Convention Center Hotel.
We have dragged Mary Ann out of retirement.
I see. I won't even
Yay.
let
To,
her rest.
Wow.
Come up here and talk a little bit. Hotel is actually, it is showing the approximately $11.7 million deficit that they have. We end up having to pay about $1.4 million more for debt service than we bring in revenue, so that deficit will continue to grow until the debt's paid off in 2035. We paid last year and part of this year almost $3 million for various capital improvements in the facility as part of their refurbishing that they were doing of most of the interior. There is no such contribution planned at this point in the '24 budget. As for the hotel, there's a snapshot of how it's doing, but essentially its revenues about 13.6 million, operating expenses about 12.2. The rest of it goes to replacement reserve and to pay about 20% of the debt service. There's another 25% that's actually paid for a dedicated hotel motel tax. Welcome back. Retirement didn't last near long enough, did it?
Wow.
Larry keeps coming up with projects for me, so.
When is your new GM coming?
She will be here, actually, she's in transit right now from California, so her furniture was picked up this morning.
You might want to tell them a little bit about her.
Absolutely. Miss Valerie Cooper will be the new general manager. She is over in Embassy Suites, which is a pretty much a full service. It's comparable in size. It's about 315 rooms in Santa Ana, California right now. So her meeting space there is about 28,000. So it's very comparable, very experienced GM. I think you guys are going to really like her. I know the interactions I've had with her have been very positive. She's very experienced in what she's doing. She started with Larry in the market in the Dallas-Fort Worth market, retains a home there because that's where her family is. But like a lot of GMs, they move around. So she's excited to be back in the South. So she will hit town, she hopes, by Friday. Her first day in the office will be Monday, so I'll be working with her next week to get her transition.
So if she stays as long as you do, she's got to stay till 2040 what?
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, I don't know based on her age.
I
if
think you're a
that's-
unicorn on that one.
I don't think that math's going to work out for her. I think she might be 90 by the time.
Okay, good.
I also got to talk to her, and she clearly knows her stuff and wants to get back to this side of the world a little bit closer than she was in California.
She's very.
If y'all have any questions for Mary Ann, have at it.
Mary Ann, that's the quickest retirement that I've seen, 2 weeks.
Well, it's kind of, I don't think I'm really truly there yet.
Exactly.
I'm just balancing grandson responsibilities and helping Larry out just for the transition. We hoped that her management company was going to release her a little sooner, but they held her a little bit longer in her current role, so for transition. And so that hadn't worked out to our favor.
Okay, thank you.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you
No
guys.
resolutions for you this time, though.
No, and next year, I give her a great hotel that has minimal capital, so she's got an easy first year. So,
It's good.
well,
Thank you.
thank y'all so
Thank you.
much.
All right,
Appreciate you.
thank you. At this time, we have the convention center. See Marla is here.
Hey, Mom.
Okay, Marla is back there,
Yeah.
keeping Shelley company. Convention center budget only includes the subsidy that we pay, which is constant this year at the same 2 million it was last year. Their actual revenues and expenditures have gone down a little bit, but they've matched that pretty well, so that their number is still what it is. They have about 5 million in expenses and about 3 million in revenue, and that's been pretty constant since COVID, I think, or since we recovered from COVID. But they have done a good job of keeping the number reasonably constant. We have some potential bond issue stuff that will help them maintain the center, but other than that, they're doing well. We also want to just give you just a tiny bit of update. They also manage the municipal auditorium for us, and they have really done a wonderful job there. That facility was losing money and is not losing money. I mean, it's not making a fortune, but it is doing considerably better. They have a really great network of centers that they can put people on a circuit where 1,500 people is a good night.
Yes.
And that has really worked to our benefit, plus the fact that the building still has a great deal of appeal to a certain segment of the musical world. But we met with Marlon, with Doug Thornton, I don't know, a month or so back now, and we're really impressed with what they have done there, and we're trying to do everything we can to support that.
That's good.
You're on.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As Tom has said, the team has worked hard. We actually, overall, for ASM Global, have made record numbers in changing the aspect, because we know after COVID, things have changed. So we have to be strategic and smart about how we can get people back into the entertainment world. And I think we've done that. One of the assets that we came before you before was wanting to get POS systems. So Shelley was able to assist in us doing that for both the convention center and the municipal auditorium, and that has allowed us to increase our per caps, our revenue, because the municipal, in the hallways is very limited space, so it's always crowded. But with those POS systems, we can get people through there in 0.5 seconds. So just imagine being able to get everyone through, get their food and beverage, and be able to get that revenue. And we've been able to do that. So we're very excited about the municipal auditorium. The convention center, we are still better than budget than we were last year. Even though conventions are not back where we thought they would be in 2023. We do have NTA, National Tourism Association, in this week, so they'll be with us until next week. They'll also be out through the city, so if you see them, they'll be going to the aquarium, Orlando's, Ernest to eat in the after for dinner. So, and then they're on their own a couple of days. So if you see a lot of meeting planners out in the city, that's who they are, National Tourism Association. So we're excited to have them. We do have Disney Junior Friday over at the Municipal Auditorium. The promoter was actually nice enough to give us a few tickets, which I gave to the mayor's office. So any city staff that wants to attend, we just want you guys to come out and just show our appreciation for you guys being partners and helping us with everything, so.
One of the things you also might want to know, when we met with Marla and Mr. Thornton, as y'all probably know, we're hosting the LMA convention next summer, and we want the municipal to be a large part of our hospitality. It may very well be that the host city reception is there because it's the most Shreveport thing we can show them, and they're going to try to find us some musical entertainment and using the contacts they have. It's just another good example of the partnership we have with them that really works quite well.
That's great.
I don't think Taylor Swift's coming, but you know.
Not Taylor Swift.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Marla. Tell Brandon I said hello.
I will. Thank y'all.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Marla.
Thank you. At this time, we have our favorite person, Shelley's up. Come on up, Shelley.
I'm just glad she was in the building. Otherwise, we'd be hunting for somebody. And I just sent a whole bunch of them a message that said y'all were 90 minutes ahead. So hopefully that'll get this work.
So you have to get community development?
That's one of them, yeah. I sent
So
Bonnie a
how you
message
doing?
about 30 minutes ago. So. SPAR's budget is one of the few actually for next year that's projected to go up. But the main reason is that I guess we decided that after having to come back to you over and over this year for emergency repairs and major problems, that we would go ahead and just put $1 million in their budget for what we hope will be enough. It may not be. We'll never know. I mean, this year has kind of been the year from Hades when it comes to dealing with some of those kinds of issues. But they have done a wonderful job. I mean, given what got thrown on their plate this year, they've done a really good job of trying to keep up with those things, trying to keep, the courts building and all that in air. By the way, they thanked y'all yesterday when they were here. Because our reserves really aren't as big as they once were, we just felt like it was prudent to go ahead and admit that it was probably going to be some issues during the year and go ahead and budget for them. Their budget's right at $23 million. It does include about $600,000 in equipment that we expect to finance through a 5-year certificate of indebtedness. I think that's 5 vehicles, 6 trailers, a batwing mower, and an ATV to get around on festivals and other events. They have 229 authorized positions, which is about the same number they had 2 years ago. They have a fairly large, they administer a fairly large capital program, about $66 million in buildings and improvements and another 33, almost $34 million in parks projects. Neither one of those has new funding next year. Those are things that we've certainly been talking to the Capital Improvements Committee about possibilities of funding, because there really isn't a whole lot of money for new stuff for them. But some of the things they are still working on, upgrades to the water feature at Riverview Park, the Choice Neighborhoods Park at CC Antoine, clearly the firing range out at the academy, several new fire stations, a whole lot of stuff going on there. Y'all want to go ahead and let me talk about golf and let Shelley answer all of it, or?
Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
good deal. Golf budget's a little over $3.1 million. That's down a good bit from earlier this year. only because they spent down a good bit of their reserves trying to do a couple of things. One, make some capital improvements to get ready for the 100th anniversary of Kirby's Golf Course next year. And the other is because of all the trees that fell and all the freeze last year, they ended up having to do a number of heavy maintenance things, like including especially replacing the greens on both Huntington and Kirby's. That project, from my one time playing since then, was quite a success. It's done well. But they were closed a good while. And, they have recovered, I think, fairly well for the 100th anniversary of Kirby's, and hopefully some of us golfers will be part of those. And with that, you're on, Shelley.
Well, thank you. Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
As Tom just said, it has been a year. We began the year, we thought rolling along, and then we just were hit with, just starting with the Independence Bowl and that freeze, and some things that we didn't even notice from that and until we got into the first of this year. You all know about the storm damage that occurred. I mean, we had it's gonna end up being over $500,000 in debris and tree cleanup from that storm. But weeks before that storm, about 4 weeks before that, we had a flash flood in Shreveport. A lot of people weren't affected by it, but all of our downtown buildings, including Millennium, Riverview Hall, Cyport, and the aquarium, all flooded during that event. And unfortunately, the only thing covered by insurance was Millennium. The rest of it didn't meet the deductible for this type of insured event. So we've spent a lot of time and money. We've had a lot of things happen. The courts, where we lost a cooling tower. We lost 2 chillers at David Raines that we discovered earlier this year. And we try to do a SWOT analysis in our department annually. And we look at things that where we're weak, where we're strong, and then we look at things like threats. And the 2 things that we face that we, in our budget that we talk extensively about is vandalism. We fight a lot of vandalism and the cost of utilities. And those are 2 things that are, threats to us because they're out of our control. It's not something we can change or do anything about. We try to address graffiti when we see it. We work closely with the police department on the graffiti before we clean it up so they can look at it and, they note that because sometimes they can figure out who's doing it and if it means anything. But, those 2 things have really hurt our department and hurt some of the things we can do for the community. We've got some really exciting things coming up. We've been working really hard on, those things that we can control and those things that we can do. We've been really fortunate with grants and ARP money and some other things that have come our way so that we're going to be able to do some things. We are currently working really hard on surveillance and our system at our rec centers to make sure those are as safe as possible, that we can also see vandalism where they're all tied into the real-time crime center. We're also doing a program where we can log people in, log people out. One, for security. One, it helps us gather information so when we write grants, we have true numbers of people who were at the rec center, seniors, or if they were children, and those kinds of things. And I want to say to you, your rec centers are back. It's taken almost 2 years for us to really see people come back into our rec centers and into our programming, but we've got some awesome senior programming going on. We just finished, a big Halloween where we did a trunk or treat. We did something at each of the rec centers. The seniors are back active. It's really taken this long. Our athletic program is picking up. We've got some really great partnerships for our after-school program with VOA. We're going to be announcing a partnership with the YWCA that will happen actually in Councilman Green's district. He calls me his favorite, so it's in Councilman Green's.
That's right.
But it's going to be almost like a home economics we used to have in school that we'll be teaching we'll be doing a pilot program in Hollywood Heights. It's a center that we've been trying to figure out what to do with. We think this will be an opportunity for young people, not just young girls, but boys, to learn about things that we learned about in school, like how to manage a budget, how to pick out groceries, all those kinds of things. We think it'll be a good program. We'll be launching that and doing an announcement on that. We've been doing capital projects. You've seen lots of playgrounds. We just redid the bridges at Airport Park. We did some work at Cross Lake Boat Launch to make those entry and exit out of your boat safer. There's just been a lot going on. Like I said, we were really moving until we had several disasters, and we'll be working on how do we mitigate against those types of disasters. We're working on, we'll be doing a bid for what we call green covers for each of our golf courses, because I promise you when we buy them, we won't need them. But if we don't buy them, we'll need them. So we are gonna be doing that to be able to mitigate against the kind of freezing weather we had. We're doing some things, Tom talked about Riverfront Park Fountain, which has gotten so much excitement. The reason we were able to do that is because of the COVID, when we had more than half our staff on furlough. We were able to save money to do that over a 2-year period. And the time from the 2015 flood till today, the reason we feel confident in doing it again is that there is new technology that will allow us to put that equipment that was underground above ground so that we can mitigate against flooding in Riverfront Park. So there's a lot going on. I think I told Tom this yesterday, I don't know if everybody kind of realizes the magnitude of the responsibility that our employees at SPAR have. We have over 199 facilities that we are responsible for. That includes 22 fire stations plus their maintenance facility. That's over 2.6 million square feet. The average age of the buildings that we own are 47 years old. That's when you throw in a new place, you know, it's still, our facilities are old. Our insured value of those assets are in excess of $444 million. We're almost at $500 million in assets, and we maintain over 2,900 acres. These numbers for the insured value, you'll be seeing those change a lot over the next year. We've been working with our insurance carrier to appraise everything that we have, an insurance appraisal. So we'll be updating these numbers, and I'm gonna be giving you a packet that shows you everything that we maintain, what facilities, like in the parks, does it have a trail? Does it have basketball courts? Does it have a parking lot? And I think that'll be good for you to be able to see that. I'd like for us to update the insured value before we hand that out. But I just think the whole, you know, we get a lot of criticism about maintenance. Our guys are doing an incredible job holding together what we have. And I want people to understand, I talk about the need for maintenance dollars all the time. I've created that narrative, I know that, but we do not have a preventive ongoing maintenance program. We have a fix-it program in our department. Our department, our division that oversees that, by the time you take out personnel, parts and pieces, and the few preventive maintenance contracts we have, we're talking about $900,000 to maintain what I just said to you. Along with that, thank goodness the $1 million that Tom is offering, because, you know, we would like to be able to, all those 2011 projects that we did, to go in now and do some preventive maintenance. But honestly, our budget is made to, when you think about over 2 million square feet of buildings, there's an air conditioner breaking at least once a day. Normally, there's 3 or 4. And so it's just to keep up with fixing, not doing what we really would like to do, which would be doing some more preventive maintenance. So, you know, those are the challenges that we face. We feel great about the $1 million. We're very excited about that. Hope that y'all see that as an asset to the work that we do. We've tried to be very good stewards of the money that you have given us over the years. The golf courses, it's been very exciting there to see the improvements, to see how the golfers have reacted. We certainly are appreciative to them because they are the reason we're able to do any improvements there. That is an enterprise fund. It is able to support itself and has been for several years now. And we think these improvements are just gonna allow us to continue to run that operation professionally, and something that the city can really be proud of. So.
How close are we to finishing up the damage that was done to the Millennium?
To Millennium. We are finished with, the drainage should be finished this week. The drainage report will go out on Friday, has been done, and a final report was submitted. We have, the only thing left to do there is elevator work, and we're waiting on, that should be done by the end of the year. But they've been waiting on parts. But all the fire codes, all of those things have been addressed.
On the stadium, how close are we to tearing it down, and what about the bats? Are they, so what's really going on, what's going on with that?
I think I'm free to talk about it at this point.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good.
We prepared the way and told him to ask you when you got here.
What a mess. Unfortunately, you know, that project, we got a cease and desist order late last year after we had done the back cleanup. And as they told us, this is temporary. Bats go back to where they home. They go back to, you know, so they'll be back if you don't get the stadium down. That cease and desist has cost the taxpayers, will end up costing the taxpayers the cost of the bat removal, which is about $180,000. It will also cost, we had delayed damage. You know, it was built well over almost 30 years ago. It apparently, before I got here, already had drainage issues where the locker rooms and the dugouts and the offices stayed wet all the time. I remember when I first came to the city to SPAR, actually I wasn't even with SPAR, but I was with someone else, and we helped with the stadium, and you had to power wash the bats down every day. And it's just, and then it just slowly deteriorated. And if we talked to one person, we talked to 50 about ideas for the stadium, and none of them could make it work. The cost, it's a big facility. It's not what baseball stadiums build today, especially minor league teams. If you go to Oklahoma City or you go to Frisco, where our team went, they're much smaller stadiums. Anyway, it was way far gone by the time we got ready to tear it down, and we would like to see that project move forward. It really is an embarrassing sight from Interstate when people come to visit Independence Stadium or come to the fair. Just, it's unsightly. And we have not seen them, but we're sure the bats are back, so.
So Shelley, the lawsuit that we're in with the cease and desist, are we gonna be able to recoup any of that money, or once when do we go back to court, and once that's over, the person who filed a lawsuit, they just free to go and they have no charges, no nothing, they just say we done and we held it up and that's where we are?
That's probably a question for someone like Marcus, like what could we do, or what are the administration, like what they're willing to do. I know what I'd like to do, but they don't always let me do what I want to do here, because it probably wouldn't be right. But it is very frustrating. It should be very frustrating to the taxpayers of what this has cost us. There were lots of offers made in the very beginning about putting up money to an escrow that we would pause. That was asked of them, or asked of that group through their attorney, through our attorney, like, would you be willing? And they didn't do that. And they, you know, I didn't even include what it's cost us in legal fees. I mean, there's costs there that are going. I think where we are now is we agreed to, everybody's halted, basically. So I don't know how we get the ball back rolling.
Right, I know I've been on the council, and since I've been on the council, there've been people coming saying they want to do this and they want to do that. Nobody ever put their money where their mouth is.
Correct.
Even Mr. Coleman, he hadn't put any money, he just, because he has money, has friends, then he can stall it for whatever, and I just don't think that's fair that we gotta pay for him because he's a rich guy. That's just how it is. He has friends in high places. He has more money than you could possibly dream of, and he can just really do whatever he chooses. And he has no consequences, and I don't think that's fair.
I agree,
I think she would agree.
very much.
By the way, we don't get to say this too often, but when you listen to what SPAR has on their plate and look at how well they deal with it, it's a tribute to the person that runs the place. Shelley may be your favorite, Mr. Chairman, but sometimes she's ours too for exactly that reason, because there's a lot of good stuff that happens with them. And they have dealt really well with a whole bunch of difficult situations. One that comes to mind as well, one of the things we had been trying to hold off on, we had put in our list of potential bond issue projects, new roofs at Expo and the aquarium. Shelley told me last week, we may not be able to wait on Expo. She's gonna try to evaluate what's there, but what they're being told is the heat of last summer cooked what was left of that roof. And it may very well be that we have to come back to you and go ahead and use some of the last of the ARP money to try to deal with that sooner than waiting until, into next year. As she said, we have brand new floors in there that are getting water on them. So just wanted to let you know that may be coming.
At the beginning of the Expo Hall project, we did do an extensive work on the roof that they hoped would prolong it about 5 more years. But they said those 100-degree temperatures, not only in that roof, but any roof that was of the age that one is, really suffered last year. They're seeing roof damage at places because of the heat that we had last year. So it's been a long, hard year. And I appreciate the compliments. I am going to continue to want to be your favorite. But the men and women at SPAR, the thing that I hear most is not only how much people appreciate them when they've worked with them or they're with them, but they also talk about what a great attitude they do it with. And I just appreciate them so much. I know that my success only comes from those staff members. And if you look at our maintenance staffs and look, at previous, you'll see how far down we are and the number of employees that we have. We are actually going to be doing something this coming year that we've never done before in our building maintenance. We're going out for an RFP for a maintenance company. We saw that when we visited some places that we looked at for police substations, and it's a company, they manage things for SWEPCO. Very impressed with the way they did it. It's expensive, but buildings like this and 401 Texas and the new Expo Hall, we just need to make sure that we're continuing to take care of these assets that cost so much. And that's why you see us doing the project on the outside of the building, the waterproofing, all of that we're doing in conjunction with the parish. It's just to prolong the lives of these facilities that is a major part of our city's financial portfolio. I have some really exciting drawing that I'd love to show you, Councilwoman, on the pools. I think it'll make everybody excited. I think, we've been telling him to keep David Raines in the back of his head for design in case, we get an opportunity there. But it is, I would like you to see it, and if you want to show it tonight, at a neighborhood. I think it'd be nice to go ahead and get neighborhood feedback, but I can't imagine that they won't like it. So.
We're going to be at Bilberry, they may want one.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Ms. Kay.
Yeah, I have a quick question. I know we talked about the bats and all of that.
Press it back.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I know we talked about the bats and all of that, but how do we move forward from now? I mean, when is mating season over? When are we gonna remove them? When are we gonna start tearing the stadium down? I need to know 1, 2, and 3 because it's been 11 months. And I know we was in litigation, but can we move forward now? I mean, I guess that's my question.
Okay. I'll have to get some advice on that. What
Okay.
can we do next? Do you have anything, Mayor?
Right, because I know mating season is over this month.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't wanna wait and then the bats return.
Right.
And then we're spending more money. So if we can, and I guess we'll talk to Marcus, I would like to see how we can move forward.
I've received clear messages from the council.
Okay. Shirley, I had one more question. I know Bill Cockrell had some problems with lighting and parking. Is that something we're gonna try to put in the bond, or was lighting already initiated in the budget?
Lighting, I think they're doing some LED replacement out there.
Okay.
And also, we had some issues with the timer, I think wasn't
Okay.
coming on in time. The parking lot is, you know, that's one of the things we heard when we went to the bond meetings, and that is part of our, in the bond package, but they
Okay.
need more parking up by the rec center.
Okay, so you think the lighting was just because the timers were off?
Yes, but they're also doing some LED
Okay.
upgrades too.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Shelley.
Yes,
So I have like 5 questions. One is the acoustics in David Rain. They're horrible when you're trying to use the gym. And the bounce back that you get there. Is there any way that we could blow that ceiling pretty kind of like what it is at Mamie Hicks
Yes.
to help with the acoustics there? Because when you try to have a gathering in that gym and you can barely hear anything with the sound system that we have.
Yeah, it's a terrible place. I know we've tried to, when they're small enough, to move it to the multipurpose room because it's so loud. We'll look at, there's some other things that you can do for sound, like sound battings, or things that go on the wall that absorb sound. Also, there's some acoustical tiles that sometimes you can hang from the ceiling. Just want to make sure they don't get too low, but let me see what we can do to address that.
The other thing is the security at our recreation centers. Are we looking to install cameras at all of our sites?
And we've begun that. I know Therapeutic is getting its complete, Airport Park, Billberry. I mean, we're making the rounds. I think Mamie Hicks is complete. David Rains, I think I signed that one to get started. There's 2 things that are gonna happen. Number one, cameras in every location. You're gonna find that we keep the doors locked. With some ring doorbell cameras, especially at locations where it's hard to see. A lot of our locations have big open areas. The other thing is that we're doing, I was able to tell this to Lennis yesterday because it's been on our audit report for years and years, was that they've always wanted us to have a system where we can check people in and check people out. We'll be doing that. A lot of that, and you'll have a card from SPAR, your ID card, but if you don't have it, there'll be a way for us to log you in without it. But some of the incidents that we've had when we've gone back to the sign-in sheet, you can't read, it's not legible how that person signed in, or they signed in something that's not their name. So you'll have to have an ID card. I think that will help cut down, but we're also trying to be sure it's not a barrier to coming in, but it will be a safety. I mean, we've had people say, my child, the last time we saw them, they were at the rec center. Are they still here? And we would know because we just didn't know because people come in and out. But this will be a way for us to track that too. So we're hoping that, along with the cameras, the Ring doorbell, will create safer environment. And we do have police at certain rec centers after the school hours still.
So where are we with the security for this building?
We have had measurements for all the doors. We put I think we're about to put the order in for the garage door, so we're moving on that. Rose, who will be the lady who will be downstairs, she has moved here now.
Okay.
So she's getting acclimated to all the things she'll be doing. She did it during COVID with great success, so we think but we're moving forward on that.
Good deal. So I know that there have been renovations in this building.
Yes.
Renovations on your floor. The building that is out on West 70th Street, how many people occupy that building?
West 70th, where
The new.
water and sewer?
Yes.
Right now, the only thing there is a few customer service. We just bid the renovations. We're in the contracting phase of that. Once that contract's let, they'll renovate that. And then I believe all the customer service will be there. Water and sewer can tell you exactly everybody who's going to be there from there. I think almost everybody except their administration, which will stay here.
How many individuals does that building hold? can it just only hold the water and sewer department? When you talk about the utility cost and all of these things, I don't want us to just have a building and it's empty, just with one department.
So when we went through the process of space planning, the main building, that's the office building, will accommodate all of water and sewer, but it'll also accommodate a lot of training, a lot of other activities. We all went out there for training the other day, so it's gonna be used by the whole city, but as far as offices go, it really only handles water and sewer. Our hope is that we sell all the buildings where Public Works is office, which are a bunch of, if you've ever been to their offices or over to Streets and Drainage or anywhere like that, they are old, antiquated buildings. We believe we have, a market for those. And once we sell those, we'll have appraisals back on those in about 30 days. So we hope we can put that out there.
Those departments, we looked
For
at,
Streets and Drainage, Solid Waste, Public Works Administration, then would move out there. And it would consolidate all of that into one location, which would be, so you're taking 7 or 8 buildings now and gonna consolidate down to basically 2 office spaces and then the rest is storage. And you're just gonna be maintaining grass at one location, parking lots, lighting, all of those things. It really is gonna be a help to our budget to get that consolidated in one space.
okay.
How is the Monkhouse location going?
So Russell has worked with the police to develop a plan for the use for traffic. OSI, we bid them moving to, the staff at Wildwood is moving to Expo, which frees up that building for part of the police operations, which is a really good location for them. They're very excited about being somewhere pretty, kind of secluded and out of, and we bid that. We're in the contracting phase on that, so they're about to move. So we've got a lot of little pieces for the police department working right now. We have that should be out for bid, those renovations at Monkhouse, like within the next 30 days for the renovations that the police need for that building. That'll be Traffic Bureau. And then we are also about to bid the demolition of the North Market building so that we can start that process there. So lots going on, little pieces going on with fire and police too. Lots of roofs and small, and we've got Fire Station 14 ready to actually sign a contract on that. We've got some money, things we've got to do there, but 14, which, goes at the old Sheraton location, moves from its current location, so that'll be really nice in that community.
Just a second. That's a TIF district that was supposed to be used to throw off a little bit of money from downtown entertainment to actually do some upgrades. That has not actually happened. That fund's running at a deficit of about $112,000. The only thing we've been spending out of it is we've been paying property taxes on what we have to pay on the district, about 25 grand a year, and about 25 grand for something else Shelley does, and I honestly can't off the top of my head tell you what it is. We're funding that through Shelley next year. We're not gonna put any new expenses in that fund until it starts getting closer to zero. We will still be doing whatever we were doing. There's just no point in building that deficit up further than it is. Terrence, maybe, since Bonnie's not here yet? We'll get to you, Brandon. Just relax. He got here first. Sit.
You'll be next, right?
You be next, Brandon. Okay, property standards.
He left.
He's coming back, we
I did
promise.
hear you.
Those two ladies would kill him if he didn't come back. Property standards budget's $5.8 million, which is 16% more than we started the year with, but about what we're gonna spend this year. We put in some money for demolition and blight abatement during the year. Those particular areas are funded at almost the same level, but not quite the same. They're a good bit more than we started this year, but not as much as we added. We generally have told them what we tell them before. If you run out of demolition money, let us know. We'll come back and try to see if we can get some more, because they have done really well, I think, with what we gave them earlier this year, and they pretty much obligated what they have for the year. They haven't spent it all yet, but they're getting closer. they're gonna get some money for new equipment as well in this budget from the certificate of indebtedness. They've got $356,000 in there for a couple of trucks, a batwing mower, and the biggest item is a big knuckle boom truck.
That's good.
And they're getting one of those, and Public Works is getting two of those.
What kind of truck?
The big knuckle booms that you use to pick up bulk
Oh, yeah.
stuff.
Bulk trash.
They have a number of situations where they gotta pick up a lot of stuff at one time, and sometimes heavy stuff, and it just makes life a whole lot simpler for the crews that have to go do all that. So, Terrence, you're on. Got any questions for him? He's here.
Let me tell you, thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, thank you for always answering the call. And, I mean, your department has been a support for a number of departments around this city. Sometimes we really have to separate and tell them, like, that's not property standards. That is not property standards or what you're calling for, because sometimes you get the blame for everything, too. But I think that you all do an impeccable job with what it is that we have. I'm happy that you all are getting equipment because you need it for everything that we call you all to do. So I just want to say kudos to you and your department for, again, always answering the call.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'd like to just say thank you, and, I mean, all of the calls I make, you all hadn't missed a beat. I really appreciate it. I know sometimes, of course, now y'all got a break for a few weeks, so nobody's calling me, so yeah. Y'all can take advantage of that, but in a few days, they'll be back again, but, I just noticed during this time of the year, normally you don't get a lot of, I don't get a lot of calls about whatever, but, few of them, but thank you so much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Well, I think any of y'all that have serious property standards problems in your district know that, we could double their budget and they wouldn't waste a dime of it.
Right,
I mean,
right.
there's plenty to do.
Yes.
And we try to hit the high spots, and they have been, as you say, quite responsive.
Correct.
Okay. My sentiments are the same as the Councilwoman Taylor and Councilman Green. I don't care what they say, you do an incredible job.
Correct.
I appreciate you. You're always there firsthand, calling. I really appreciate Denise coming to the meetings with me.
Right.
She explains everything, and she don't let them say anything about Mr. Green. She takes up for Mr. Green, and I appreciate that. But y'all made us look really good at the meeting. You follow up. That's really good. I wanted to ask, though, I said with us decreasing the budget, like the homes we had on Lakeshore right past that Piggly Wiggly, are those already in the budget from
Yes.
last year? Okay, just making sure.
And one last thing, Ms. Green, you'll love this. Anytime y'all want to sashay up down my district, y'all welcome. Listen, y'all can sashay down my district.
sashay about all hours of real. You just
Whenever you
sashay
get ready,
already.
I don't even have to call you, just do a sashay. Okay. All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay. Brandon, you next.
Thank you, Terrence. Sorry we had to delay you, but the fire drill got in the way.
Brandon pulled a fire drill.
We think he did, too.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey, Brandon.
Yes, sir.
Water and sewer has, I'll wait. Water and
Hey,
sewer.
good man.
Water and sewer was one of our bigger challenges for this year, because when we last sold utility revenue bonds, we agreed to some bond covenants that said you will have adequate revenue to pay, the bond payments, and you have to have some reserve over and above that every year. And in 21 and 22, we did not do that. 23, we probably will not. And we got dinged pretty hard when the Moody's folks came in earlier this year to rate us. And basically what they said was, you got to get coverage numbers back up. Liz, we've already done you. We're 2 hours ahead of schedule. We'll let them ask you something if they want to, okay? Anyway, we basically were faced with having to get the numbers up, and we had the engineers and financial folks that work with them run us some numbers, and we ran some independently, and they both came up with the unfortunate fact that we've got a 20% rate increase we've got to do to get that coverage back. Now, that is kind of a one-time thing in the sense that you don't have to keep building, you know, a bigger number, much, you know, you don't have to do that really but once if you keep up after that. So that's the only good thing. The water fund is gonna be $184 million, which includes a lot of reserves, partly because that's what we have to do for the bond coverage. They have cut their head count about 18 positions because they had a lot of vacancies, and we didn't kill them all. We just tried to make them try to deal with the ones that they, you know, hadn't filled in years. So, but their personal services expenses are down about $3 million. But there's some things that really are up. As we talked to you earlier, retained risk costs are up. The biggest ones were treatment chemicals and electricity. Both of those we've had to increase during the year. I think we've tried to give them enough next year where if things don't go just completely crazy, they shouldn't have to increase them during the year. We've also tried to give them, because they're not part of the equipment package, they have a good bit of equipment money in their budget. But those are really the highlights of theirs in their capital program. Between water and sewer, they've got, you know, $800 million in capital projects on the books right now. A lot of that's long since spent. Projects are still open, but they have no new projects in funding for next year, and would not have any unless we see some grant money or unless they are included as part of next year's bond issue. Okay, Brandon, they got you.
Kudos to you all. Thank you so much to Water and Sewer. If you all don't know that we had a major issue in this city with the apartment complex that's in my district, allowed the tenants there to go without water for approximately 2 weeks. And with that being a public health crisis, and in speaking consistently with Mr. Dark that day and with Mr. Daniel and Brandon and Don Hobdy, that I thank you, Mr. Dark, and the mayor for declaring this public health emergency. We're able to go over there and fix the repair, and at the same time going in and restoring water back to those tenants, to our constituents within the city of Shreveport. To the water and sewer crew, again, I mean, you all are the lifeline of this city. I know so many people talk about police and fire, but you all are the lifeline of the city, because if you don't have water, you cannot live. No matter what, the fire department cannot live without water. And a basic necessity that we get up every day and we can take a bath, flush our toilet, brush our teeth, that you just imagine that individuals there could not do that. I drove up on the premises and watched one of my constituents get water out of a fire hydrant that was running, or picking up, you know, dirty water just so they could go and flush the toilet. So kudos to everything that you all do, because through Snowmageddon, through whatever other crisis that we have, you guys always step up to the plate. I mean, we have master plumbers, and I will say this again. I think that those employees need to be incentivized in a number of ways because of the certifications that they receive and what they do to keep our city flowing. That's not an easy task. It's a very dangerous job. When I looked at those men down in that hole on yesterday, and just what they covered to protect that apartment complex with the slumlords that we have, but just as the mayor said, we'll take care of them later, well, more sooner than later. But the commitment that those men and women and to this department that they have to the city of Shreveport goes without saying. And I cannot thank you enough. I could rest peacefully last night knowing that they had water, flowing water, and the number of messages that I received from my constituents, you know, that are there. So thank you so much again, Mr. Dark. Thank you for going right there, and as they say in, you know, in my hood, thank you for laying in the cut. You know, just to make sure that our citizens got exactly the basic necessity that they need to have life. So
Yes,
kudos to
Thank you for
you
that.
all.
Appreciate that. I
It
will
really
definitely
was
pass it
very
on.
encouraging to, you know, when we told them that it was okay to go up there, you know, I get an email from Brandon less than an hour later. We're on our way.
Yes.
We think we're gonna find out what we've got to do and get there, and, you know, it all worked out really well. I mean, you hate to have to do it, but it was the
Correct.
right thing to do, and we'd do it again.
Right.
Hope we don't have to at that place
Yes.
again,
Right.
but we would do it again if we had
Yes.
to.
And as I told the mayor yesterday, it took my guys literally maybe 4 hours, including
hours.
mobilization, to make the repair, and it was about 20 feet of 8-inch line. That was it. That's sad.
If they had a whole dance that the tenants came out in the apartment complex and how much they thank water and sewer, how much going in and engaging them. I mean, the man went in the house to go and shave, to come back to be on camera. You know, it's like, give me 5 minutes, I'm gonna look 20 years younger. Just to have the ability to shave, just simple things that we may take for granted, you know, on a daily basis. That they had that opportunity to do that, and, you know, Philip and his crew, I mean, I cannot thank
Right.
all of them enough, I mean, because he was just right there.
Yes.
And the night before, they brought water to, all of the tenants that were there. And again, you all are the lifeline of this city.
Thank you.
You are.
Thank you. I
Because if
appreciate
we, again, we don't have water, the one thing I know about this city, don't pick up your trash, and don't be able to flush your toilet.
Right.
You're gonna have some serious issues in the
Yes,
city of
ma'am.
Shreveport.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to make sure Miss D was able to cook a meal. I was worried
Okay.
about her at McDonald's.
Okay, she made
I
us go
did
get a
go
Big
tell her I
Mac that
went.
night.
Mr. Mayor, and Tom, I'd like to ask a question. I always ask this. It's like, for an instance, police, fire, they can use their uniforms, they can go on the extra job, make money. They can use the police car, they can use everything that we pay for them, and they can go make some money. For an instance, if somebody out of water and sewers used any equipment to make some money, of Mr. Green, who just left, if they would use a lawnmower to cut somebody's yard that's they off duty, they go into jail. So why is that different for fire and police, but other employees of the city, then it's a crime if they did anything outside of their duties for the city? Could y'all do some research on that and see the why? I'm not opening up a can of worms, but I'm just saying fair is fair. And if all of the city employees are the city employees, why one group gets to make extra money with what we provide them with and the others not? I just like for somewhere or another to get that question answered.
We will. My guess, there's some exemption in the ethics laws for fire and police, but we'll ask the lawyers and see if we can get the answer for you.
Thank you.
And he opened up the can of worms, just go and open
Yeah.
up the can. So we can get the answer, because I wanna know the answer myself.
But thank you all for doing
Yes, sir,
such
Chairman.
great work.
Thank you.
Yes. All right.
Thank you.
Also, that's it. Mr. Kraft, welcome. We was worried about you yesterday. You wasn't here, so
You here today?
you here today.
We figured you were off
Make sure you had
defending
it.
the kiddos yesterday.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, just now or later.
Oh.
No.
2 weeks, they had
Um,
a water line that he worked in. And they, like I said, the owners wouldn't fix it. They came and some jagged
You know if Dr. Jackson's in town? I know Charlie said he had been out. This just doesn't. Okay. No, it's not. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if you want, we can at least ask Liz to come up, since we kind of,
Let's y'all come on up.
she's here, the least we can do is.
We'll at least have one question for y'all. It's gonna be a hard one, of course.
We've got other folks trying to get here, this.
Okay.
Morning, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm excited that you're ahead of schedule.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good thing.
So are they.
So
I
the-
know.
The question was asked earlier about the penalty that you pay on the parking tickets. If you go beyond the date, then it's like, what, $50 fine? And why is that so high? And Is that you all's rule, or did we make that rule, or how did that come about?
All of that is ordinance that was passed by the city council. So what we do for the city of Shreveport is we enforce the ordinances passed by the city of Shreveport. And I think everybody knows Lorenzo Lee. Lorenzo has been our supervisor at Shreve Park for how many years now? About 10 years in January, and we're thrilled that he is with us and has a great grasp of not only parking locally, but parking across the country. We send him to a big parking conference every year so that we know what is going on around the country in terms of best practices and equipment and different things that different cities are doing. And that's one way that we found out about the Park Mobile Parking app. The ladies are passing out a little bit of information. I'm going to turn it over, if it's okay, just for a couple of minutes to Lorenzo to just brief you on where the city's revenues for parking are coming from. And then if you have any additional questions, we can absolutely answer them. Lorenzo?
Let me further answer your question. My understanding is that that was a $10 ticket, parking ticket you get, and there was $10 late fee. And people just felt $20 wasn't anything worth paying. They were not incentivized to make a payment on that $20. And there was a decision made prior to my tenure to raise that penalty to $50. And that citation is the most prominent citation that's issued. That's probably why they just selected that one. And it does wake people up once they've received that one time. It does help them remember next time I need to prioritize making that payment, making an appeal or addressing it rather than just letting it sit there. But that's the background on it from my understanding. But while we're here, we did want to just give you a little information. And basically we want to talk about our revenues. Of course, everything was impacted by COVID. So parking revenue was down that year. It was a little down the following year, but as of 2022, 2 years later, that revenue was back to pre-COVID numbers. We anticipate that will continue. One of the more significant things that we'd like to make sure you're aware of is Park Mobile. Most of the payments made by, probably 50% of payments made that are related to coin revenue are all Park Mobile. So there's been a transition or shift from coin to Park Mobile. Park Mobile allows people to use credit card to pay for their parking rather than coin. They can use PayPal, like Apple Pay, Google Pay, and a few other forms of payment. But it allowed us to kind of skip a step where a lot of cities have gone to smart meters, which are more expensive, higher cost to maintain, but they accept credit card payments. Park Mobile allows us to offer that to our citizens without having to increase our rates to offset additional costs associated with smart meters. Let's see. So Park Mobile also notifies the user that gives them about 15 minutes prior to the session expiring that your session is about to expire, so it gives them an alert. If they have not already paid for the maximum amount of time, which is 3 hours in Park Mobile, there's a 1 hour bonus. Then you have the option to extend your parking remotely. All you have to do is have a data connection on your phone. You can extend that parking without having to get up and leave a meeting. And that was the objective when we had the third hour added to the ordinance, where you could extend your parking to a third hour rather than being limited to 2 if you're utilizing the Park Mobile. So that is another benefit of Park Mobile, and probably one of the reasons it's being utilized so frequently. Park Mobile has also saved the city quite a bit of revenue. Where we've lost meters, where we've created new spaces, we have not had to purchase $500 plus meters to fill in those spaces. Right now, we're able to create that as a Park Mobile space. It's in a Park Mobile zone, and people are able to pay for that digitally. There's a combination of both meters and Park Mobile spaces, especially in the busier sections of downtown. So there's a good combination. If you still want to get to a meter, you can, but it has prevented us from having to purchase, meters for those newly created spaces, and for spaces as meters are run over or vandalized, because our older meters are no longer supported. So as they go out, rather than having to replace them immediately, we've got a reprieve with Park Mobile. So now our office, Park Mobile is also available in a lot of areas that many of us travel. The only city where parking is enforced in the state where Park Mobile is not available or being utilized is Baton Rouge. They just signed a contract with another company. And that company offers mobile payments, so they're going with those mobile payments. But Park Mobile is used at other shoe in Baton Rouge. It's used in Lafayette, it's used in New Orleans, it's used here, it's used in Houston, it's used in Dallas, it's used here, Jackson, Mississippi, all the way to Atlanta. So it's a pretty popular app, and one that once you've got it on your phone, the way a lot of us travel, you won't necessarily have to download a second app. Let's see. I'd also like to reference our office. On a daily basis, we're receiving calls from customers. We have customers coming to our window, whether that's to make a payment, whether that's to ask us or address an issue with the meter, to submit an appeal, or for us just to explain to them why you got this ticket and try to help them from getting that ticket in the future. We've got we'd like to at least put out there an ongoing issue and future need, and that is meter theft and vandalism of the older meters. We do have some newer meters we purchased a few years ago, and those we're not having any theft or vandalism issues with. But our older meters that are unsupported, we do have issues with those locks being compromised, the locks to the vaults that hold coin revenue. The newer meters are in our busiest blocks, but we do have some other blocks that are fairly busy that it would not hurt to, again, replace them with the newer meters that cannot be compromised. Because of the older meters do not have any means of tracking revenue or the coins that are being inserted in it, it's difficult to tell. One of the good things is most of that revenue is Park Mobile, but if we were to spend some money, we think that money would be wisely spent in probably about 50 to 60 spaces that are somewhere not as busy as the ones where we have new meters, but still busy, and that probably would cost approximately about $20,000 to replace those.
I see very few handicaps parking. Can you speak on that?
Those spaces, so handicap parking for on-street, there's really not a lot of regulation for it. There's not any requirement to have a certain number of handicap spaces per number of people or occupancy, et cetera, like there are for surface lots. So those spaces have been there. They were there before before I got here. I believe we did create one or two. When we did create additional spaces, we were able to minimize some fire lanes. And then when the bus stops went away, we were able to incorporate some of them into parking spaces as well. And we did convert a few additional handicap parking spaces. But if that's something that is needed, and we could definitely talk to you about it. It may take out a space.
Yeah, because
revenues being
I
generated, but
I get a lot of calls from handicapped folk. Of course, some time ago way back when I was on the council before, doing Mayor Bo Williams' tenure, then we had to put in handicap to make the sidewalks handicap friendly and all of that. And at this point in time, what is it if a handicapped person comes downtown? What do they do? We're no longer handicap friendly.
they've got a couple of options. There are a few 4-hour now this is your on-street parking, which is what we're talking about, what we help enforce. It's designed for your in and out customers. It's not designed for someone that's working in this building to be there all day. It's designed for those
Right.
customers who are coming to turn over, process something and leave, so someone else can come. Right now, we've got a few handicap spaces there, 4-hour space. Making that a 2-hour space may give 2 times the number of people the opportunity to come in and utilize that space.
Right.
Also, if they decide to pay at a meter, they're obligated to pay that first 2 hours, but by state ordinance, they're able to get an additional 2 hours free. So those people that we interact with, that end up coming to our office or asking a question regarding a handicapped parking space, we do inform them of that. They pay for 2 hours, they get 2 hours free, and we have a means of timing them to make sure that they're in compliance, making sure they're getting that additional 2 hours. And there are several people that use that. If they can't get a handicapped space, they'll pay their 50 cents an hour for 2 hours, and then they get 4 hours.
So what do y'all do to advertise that so that, say for instance, if they came up, a handicapped person came up to pay their water bill, here, I think maybe we might have one handicap spot, I believe, I'm not for sure. But how do they know that what you just said can happen?
Well, we will automatically enforce that if they've got handicap credentials. If they do not, we don't necessarily advertise it. However, if they do somehow interact with our office, we do inform them of that.
Why wouldn't we advertise it?
We just haven't, but we can certainly
And-
put flyers or things like that in high traffic areas where people would come to pay revenue, pay their bills. It's just in the past when we've encountered people who had questions, we fill them in. We have parking patrollers who are walking the streets every day, Monday through Friday. When they see someone, they can walk up and tell them, you know, the ordinance, the law, how they can, where they can park, how they can park, the 2 hour free. So that seems to have worked. And then, of course, whenever you get a call from someone, generally you direct them to us, so we have the opportunity to tell them as well. And I do want to make a comment. When Lorenzo was talking about our revenue, that is city revenue. So all the revenue that is collected in any means that you see on this sheet, that is all city revenue. So that is revenue that goes into the Parking Enterprise Fund. All we are is the conduit to the city for that revenue.
So let me ask you one other question, Liz. Say for instance, if a, excuse me, a handicapped person can't find a park, okay? And they got their wheelchair, they got the handicap sticker and whatever. Are you saying that if they brought it to your office, that you all would work with them on them not having to pay the penalty? Or what, could you explain that?
We issue warnings, and so our office is really good if someone comes to our window and they have their updated handicap permit. And we also work with people who have out-of-date handicap permits.
Okay.
Because that handicap ticket, especially for people who are parking in the true handicap zones who don't have permits, it's hefty. That is a hefty fine.
Right, I understand.
Yes.
I'm saying, like, for an instance, if, say for an instance, a real handicapped person park in a parking spot.
Right. Yes.
If they got their handicap sticker on the dashboard or hanging up, will they get a warning or will they get a ticket?
The first time, they will get a warning.
Well, they'll actually get a ticket. And
Right.
what they do when they get that ticket, they'll contact our office regarding that citation.
Okay.
That gives us an opportunity to convert it to a warning, and gives us, we convert it to a warning because we're given the opportunity to explain to them.
Okay.
These are your options. You know, if you're not at a handicap space, then you do have the option to pay for your first 2 hours and get 2 hours free. So that warning stays in that database and allows us to know going forward, if you get that ticket again, we've already given you a freebie and explained to you, you know, what your options are. But we do issue warnings for that and several other things.
Right.
On a first-time basis.
Okay. And I'm just saying, asking because, like, for an instance, if a handicapped person come to pay their water bill every month and they don't have a spot, so they come and zoom in and they don't mean to be long, they just zoom in and they wanna zap up there and pay it and on their way.
We're gonna time them for the 2 free hours. It's difficult to determine if we come up to a meter that is expired, whether or not they paid for their first 2 hours. So we will give them the benefit of the doubt most times, unless we see them get out and not pay. But we'll issue that ticket because it, again, gives us the opportunity to have an interaction in the office where we can explain, you know, what the policy is for them going forward. But if we come up to a vehicle, and that we see handicap credentials, their meters expired, we're going to time them for the 2 free hours, assuming that they paid for those first 2.
Okay.
So when you're in those 2-hour spots, is that, if you stay over 2 hours, are you ticketed for staying over 2 hours?
It's a 4-hour spot now.
No, not for handicap,
okay,
just
I'm sorry.
regular parking.
Yes, ma'am. So if you pay by coin, the meter's gonna only give you the option for 2 hours.
Okay.
So after 2 hours, city ordinance says you cannot repark in the same block. You can move to a different block and park, but you have to give someone else the opportunity to utilize that space.
Okay.
Because these on-street spaces are convenient parking right in front of an establishment versus a lot. that
Same
may or
thing
may
for
not.
an app.
Ma'am,
Same thing for the app?
right.
Yeah.
It's the same thing for the app, except the app has a bonus hour built in.
And all of that goes back to on-street parking is a limited quantity, and that's for people coming in and out. If they're going to stay half a day, a whole day, we try to push them to the pay lots, which is where full days need to be. And especially too, people who work downtown will sometimes park in your on-street metered spaces.
Okay.
Liz, one of the things I wanted y'all to address that came up just then, you know, you talk about a number of places you've taken meters out and just put pay by app and stuff like that on the curb. What's the advantage of buying new meters to put in those other spots versus doing pay by app on the ground? I mean, because we got the money to buy the meters. It's not, if that's what you think you need, we can certainly do that. I'm just curious, what's the difference between that and the places where you just say pay by app now?
It's a combination of things. There are people who do not use the app, and we understand that in the city. And so we want to make it possible for them to come downtown and not have to use their phone in any way to
Okay.
pay at a space. And so we would like to seed some of those higher trafficked areas with some of the newer meters. It might not be at every space, it might be at every few spaces, but at least there is a meter there for them to access if they choose not to use the app. Now the app, the great thing about it, you don't have to have the app on your phone, you can just call. So there are multiple ways that we try to make it possible for people to park in the
Okay,
on-street
that makes
spaces.
sense.
It's just
Thank
an
you.
equity thing, basically making sure everybody happy. We prefer to have more options rather than fewer to accommodate as many people as possible. We're actually in the process of installing new meter decals and signage that will have a text code that'll allow you access the app without having to download it. And it'll also have a barcode you can scan to access the app without having to download the app. So it'll give them access without actually having to store that app on their phone or download it if they don't want to, or store their credit card information. You can do a one-off payment without having to set up an account.
Okay.
What we will likely do based on this discussion is we'll probably propose an amendment at some point before passage to move the 20 grand from their reserves into buying those meters. That would not be a big deal.
Okay.
I got a quick question. I'm a firm user of the app, thanks to Liz's hounding me for years. After she watches me dig in my pockets for a quarter here and there. I know that there are different types of apps, and I know, tell me if I'm wrong, but there are apps actually out there, and this I've gotten stuck on numerous occasions, where now I check to make sure the business or the restaurant is open before I activate my app, because a lot of times the door's closed and, you know, I'm 95 cents out. But my point is that isn't there another app that other cities are using that actually credit you back for time unused?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
We haven't heard of one,
Mm.
and that's why we send Lorenzo to the National Parking
Okay.
Conference to keep up with all of that. But as a general rule, once that money's in, it's like putting a quarter in the meter, you can't get it back.
Sure.
If that business is closed, same with
It
the
is
app.
what it is. And do we get any, for our old meters, do we get any kind of credit when we purchase new meters?
It's a different company that
Oh,
we're
I see.
purchasing the new meters from. The old meters in the past, what we've done is sell them for
I was gonna ask you, can I have
Christmas
one?
gifts, right? We take the coin box, because they're scrap metal, basically.
yeah.
And if we sell them, we can get $40 or $60 for them versus going to the scrap metal place and get
Mhm.
almost nothing. But they're like a used casket.
I
There's-
love
there's
it.
not a
I
lot
love
of
them.
use for it.
They're great, yeah.
You know, if we could get one that was timed at 3 minutes, y'all can bring it in here on every other Tuesday.
That would be.
I know, right, there you go.
Issue a ticket.
Sure.
Do y'all give them the nonprofits? I wanna put some up at the church.
There you go.
Lord.
Liz, how often do you paint, like the green area and the, okay, so let me get to where I'm going with this real quick. I, had a meeting the other morning at the chamber, and I'm extremely colorblind. And so, and I'm not trying to make excuses, but I pulled up thinking it was a spot to park for the mobile app. And I come out and I've got a $15 ticket, which has been.
Commercial space?
It was in a loading zone space, but when I pulled off, I couldn't necessarily see the difference in the colors. Is there any kind, since you go to these conferences and stuff, are there colors that you might be able to kind of help differentiate where, hey, you may not want to park here, this is green, because I can't tell red and green from each other very well until I look, really, really hard, and especially if it's faded. So there's got to be other people that are having this problem.
Yeah, I had one, I had one at the chamber the other week myself.
Yeah.
We work with traffic engineering and public works on painting the curbs, and there were many years that curbs did not get painted. And then we finally hired a third-party painting vendor to come in and start the process, and now we have some new blood over at traffic engineering, and they've been wonderful, and so we're working with them. But there are specific colors that are created and are, I think, by a ordinance or law that means specific things, like the light blue is handicap, there's red that's fire zone, there's yellow that's commercial, and that's a universal color. So,
Stop, yellow caution.
right.
Right.
So I don't know, to be honest, the color blindness, this is the first we've ever heard of,
Well, no,
of problems with
and
that.
if I stepped back and looked after I left, I could tell a little bit of a difference in the shade, but the shade, it had not been painted in a while, and it had almost blended in to be the same color as green.
When
And-
we hear of specific locations where things have faded to the degree that people are having problems, we will put that first on our list when we're working with
Go in
traffic
front of the
engineering.
chamber because you need it there bad.
We
So,
will. We
but,
will.
but I just was curious if there was because I think that a lot of it was just that a lot of them are faded, and I was in a rush. I mean, I take responsibility for it, but I really honestly, when I pulled up, I thought it was a green spot, spot. So
Liz,
We're working on it.
it clearly was not green.
We
I was
debated
there.
that for minutes.
The spot he parked in front of was marked commercial loading
I'm
zone.
telling you, I couldn't see it.
It was not green.
It was,
Maybe more of a glasses
it was
issue.
pretty funny.
It may just be I'm getting old, Liz. That might be what it is.
Yeah.
Very good, Gary, very good. It was a
Thank
sight to
you.
be seen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You do know the red light's at the top of the traffic signal.
If I go over to Texas, I have to ask Heather, hey, look, can I go here? Because I can't tell the red and the green when it's not like.
Mercy me.
Okay, back on track. We do have community development. Ms. Moore's here. Their budget is roughly 24 million, which is down a little bit from last year. Bonnie, you can go and start this way. I will tell you that this is the most complicated budget in the city by a factor of about 20. They have a lot of funding sources over a lot of years. Most of it, maybe 2/3 of it, falls under housing and business development. We're gonna be paying from general fund about $1.7 million toward their stuff, and Riverfront another $231,000. That pays for some of the things that federal grants don't pay for. It also pays for some of the jobs and some other things. But Bonnie's here for any of the detailed questions, because this is the one where we rely really heavily on them to know what they're doing, because it is complicated.
Bunny, I'd just like to commend y'all for doing all of the stuff that you all do. I never hear any complaints about you all over there not doing whatever you're supposed to do, so I just commend you all for doing such a great job for so long. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will have to say it is extremely challenging. Our communities are in need of a lot of attention, and that requires resources, capacity, and a lot of different things. So I would commend my staff some of them that's behind me, for working diligently to make sure that we are good stewards of the dollars that are entrusted into us, but also that we work for the people of our community. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter about anything else but the people of our community, and that's our motto, that's our philosophy, and that's what we live by. I would say that 91% of our dollars are grant funds. So we work really, really hard to ensure that we bring in dollars to support the shortages that we have in our department. We're grateful for the dollars that you all do provide for us. Again, as CEO Dark said, that it doesn't supplant our existing dollars, but it ensures that we have sufficient funds to be able to operate. There's just a few things I'd like to bring to you all attention. As you see, we had $27 million in 2023. We have $24 million in 2024, which is an 11% decrease. That number is likely to decrease over 50% next year. Most of these dollars are Choice Neighborhood Funds. That grant ends September 30th, 2024. We're going to lose a lot of these dollars because a lot of it came from that particular grant, and leverage dollars that we were able to get to support it, such as the National Park Service, Section 108 loans, and other different programs that we've been able to get. With that said, that's not going to be in 2025. It's going to be a tremendous challenge for us. So we're going to have to work really, really hard in 2024 to ensure that we bring in the resources necessary to be able to affect our communities. With COVID-19 and the marathon of it, everything has increased 50%. Construction, when we could go in and do a rehab, probably for less than $20,000, they brought me a rehab that was $60,000. And so with that said, that means that we have limited resources and we can serve less people when we need to serve way more people. Another change that we made, we're now doing Paint Your Heart Out every other year. And that was a strategic move and a necessary move because we spent the entire year working on Paint Your Heart Out. And we were getting behind on some of our major needs. We have houses that we have to actually demolish and rebuild because they're in such bad conditions. Our elderly citizens are living in deplorable conditions in our community, and there's just not enough resources to be able to do that. So there's two things that we're going to focus on in 2024. We keep hearing that we want home ownership in our communities, that home ownership changed communities, and that's actually a fact. And there's a tremendous disparity in home ownership in our community. And so we're going to focus a large amount of that Paint Your Heart Out money on creating a home ownership plan, hopefully using adjudicated property, vacant and abandoned properties in our community, and working with our city attorney's office and others to ensure that we can do that effectively. And then we're creating a community development fund. We have so many calls for people wanting buildings, they want business opportunities, want entrepreneurship opportunities, and economic development is certainly necessary in the communities that we serve. And so as a result of that, we're working with the Northwest Louisiana Finance Authority to create this fund, and hopefully we'll get investors across the country to invest in this fund so that we can have sufficient funds to address the business and economic needs in our community. We plan to bring that before you in the upcoming council meetings. We would certainly like to meet with you all by twos or individually to talk about that fund and so that you can support it in any manner that you deem necessary. But it's extremely important. It's not enough just to build houses. We have to provide services, and we have to have the economic infrastructure to make prosperous communities. With that said, we are extremely grateful for the opportunity to serve this community, but we do want to serve them effectively.
How is the fund, or how is it that you all look to galvanize dollars for this fund?
Well, most community development funds, we're going to seed it with community development block grant money. We've already gone to the parish. The Finance Authority is going to put some dollars into it. They've already voted and committed those dollars to the fund. We will go to the lenders. We will have a lender meeting at the end of the month where we will introduce the fund to the lenders at that time. We will also look for equity. I talked to an equity investor on yesterday. Google is an equity investor. There's a lot, Amazon's an equity investor. And so there's a lot of opportunities out there. Again, we ought to have the capacity to be able to do that. My staffing does not allow me to have someone that's dedicated totally to that. And that's why Mike Brasada and all of those at the Finance Authority with the capacity is the reason why we put the fund there.
Y'all, while you're thinking of questions, I had the opportunity a couple of months ago to listen to Bonnie. I had to go do a welcome at the National Community Development, or Louisiana Community Development Association convention here. And Ms. Moore was the speaker that day, and I had planned to just go and do my welcome and leave. And she started talking, and I sat down. Because listening to someone with the passion for what she's doing is really amazing.
It
And
is.
if you ever have the opportunity to hear Ms. Moore's story, if you haven't heard it, you need to. Because I wish everybody that we deal with had the passion for their particular area that she does. We really appreciate it.
I think the two components for me with community development and urban planning, and Mr. Mayor, looking at our adjudicated properties, one of the things that were key for me is when we were tearing down a lot of these properties was the revitalization of those particular neighborhoods and the rebuilding, and then bringing those adjudicated properties back into commerce for home ownership. So I'm one that's a very strong advocate for that, because I do believe that we need to build the inner core of our city. I think you've shared that same sentiment of building the inner core of our city and building it from the inside out. Sometimes I don't think that all of the time that our community development department may be staffed with everything that they need. I think they have to work closely in conjunction with the MPC and those particular urban planners in order to be able to build effectively, so you all are able to do what it is that you need to do. Because you bring these dollars into the city of Shreveport, just as you said, Mr. Dark, that only they understand that particular budget, but they hit everybody within our city. And so when we talk about our elderly or our disabled population, the working poor, and working with LHC and a number of these entities, I want to ensure that we have everything that we need in order to be able to effectively serve our constituency in each district, for sure. When it comes to housing, and that's where we can see that is a real issue here. When we had the situation the other day, even with Villa Norte, one of the things in talking to the state, that if they evicted any of those individuals, then we had nowhere for them to go, because we don't have sufficient housing for our working class within the city of Shreveport. So that's why I'm totally want to know, how do we set this up, how it is that I want to help you all set this up in order for us to be able to supply what we need to our constituents throughout the city.
Certainly, and community development and changing our community is not just about money. It's about policy.
Correct.
And so we have to make sure that we have the policies in place to be able to effectively do this. Unfortunately, the dollars we get are very restricted. And sometimes we don't have the latitude. So sometimes we have to come to you and say, we need emergency dollars because we can't use our monies in that way. And we have to make sure that we're educated. We've educated the community and you enough about how our funds can be used and how they can be deployed in the community. When we talk about availability of housing, we have the availability of housing. It's the availability of decent, safe and
housing.
sanitary housing
Correct.
that we need to have. And sometimes we have to just run folks out of business to be able to do a better job, because the legal means are not in place to be able to do otherwise.
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Bonnie.
welcome.
Appreciate you.
You're more than welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Don't leave,
Miss-
Bonnie.
yeah.
Councilwoman
Miss
Bonnie.
Yeah, Miss Bunny, thanks for all that you do. I'm willing to help with that program as well. I did meet with the young man with the project on Greenwood Road last week.
Yes.
And I'm in full support of it. If you need me to do anything, just let me know.
And these are the types of programs we want
Right.
to bring into our community, and people that also that wants to invest in our community. It's not always about public dollars.
Correct.
Right.
We gotta find the private dollars to get into these communities.
ma'am.
Private dollars change communities.
Most
Right,
definitely.
right.
Okay.
So if you need me on anything with that, I was very happy. He's gonna do a presentation at our next meeting, but thank you for that.
Oh, you're more than
Okay.
welcome, thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Is Gary hiding behind a, there you are, okay. You're sitting in the Bonnie spot where we can't see you from here.
Okay, next we have,
Streets and public works
streets,
generally.
special revenue funds.
Okay. The streets fund is $10.6 million, which is more than we started this year with, but a whole lot less than we actually ended up allocating, because we allocated a good bit of windfall numbers, during the year. We have the new money coming in from the public safety fund. Oh, you're gonna do what Bonnie crew do, have your crew behind it.
Stack the deck.
They're obviously 10.6 million, we could spend that about 10 times fairly easily on streets, which says that in one way or the other, we gotta figure out a different way to finance streets than we are now, because that's never gonna be enough. But that's what we have. What we're trying to do is put together a bond package that includes a lot of the kinds of things that you're expecting to have done. And hopefully, if we can make that work, some of the pressure on the streets fund itself will shrink a little bit. If you want to talk about streets now, that might be, because Patrick's here and he wouldn't necessarily have to stay, or we can go on straight to Public Works. Up to you.
We'll do Patrick, but before we do Patrick, I'd just like to say to Mr. Salvador that this is my first opportunity to say thank you, because you saved our church a whole lot of money. When we were building our church, I brought the plans over and gave them to you, and you gave me some valuable information, because there were contractors who were gonna charge us. One was gonna charge $50,000 just to use their license. And you gave us information to say that a church could be its own contractor. And I went back and we shouted and we got it done. And I just want to say thank you. And I just wish that those of you that's in here today just would give him a great big hand, because he really blessed us. And every time I see you, I say if I win the lottery, that I was gonna call you.
That's all he's gonna do is call you, but that's okay.
But I just wanted to say that, thank you so much. Patrick, you can come on.
And we'll try to do your capital part while you're here as well, so.
Yeah, what do we want to go over?
Well, basically, we have the money in the streets fund, we have, the program C in the capital program essentially includes, the new money that's coming in from the streets fund this year. There's, I think, 6 new projects, 3 with the streets fund and 3 that appropriate the match for state capital outlay. We'll be back to you once we actually get the cooperative endeavor agreements with the state to appropriate the other part, the part that's actually coming from them. Drainage, we don't have any new projects, and we don't have any new projects in traffic. So if you have questions about streets or drainage or whatever, we believe we can answer them.
Still looking at the 2019 concrete phase of those streets, a status update on those and where we are with that. Now you had David Raines, I think there was some in my district as well as Councilwoman Bowman's district. I don't know, we were waiting on some matching funds from the state for those.
Yeah, well, David Raines and Audrey were funded this year to proceed, and that design is nearing completion.
Okay.
And we anticipate bidding those 2 early next year. But there is a group of collector and arterial streets that is mostly concrete work that is underfunded just due to inflation. If you remember, there was a large budget amendment to address inflation. Those streets were not included in that amendment. So that is part of the bond proposal to make up that additional funding that but I don't think that has even gone through committee yet, and so it has some steps to go through,
Is that from 2019?
at least.
That whole series of collector and arterials, you know, those are an interesting set of projects because they take forever. Because they're going through the state and federal process to actually get money. But right now, we don't have a match for them. If the state were to magically say tomorrow, you got it. That's why there is, I think it's 7-point-something million in the bond package, that if that ends up in it and the voters end up saying yes, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna end up in it, you know, try to get it where we can award those. You know, we've always tried to tell you that process is ridiculously slow. But right now, we're just trying to get ourselves in position where at what time they say, yeah, you can do it, we'll have our match. And right now, we do not have it.
So we're going on now almost 4 years?
At least.
Yeah. with the
But
state
it
and federal
really
match.
wasn't part of an annual program. You know, these projects just come up as they get funded. But I could go back and look and see what year it
Okay.
developed.
So, I saw what Downing was torn up, thank God.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank God for that.
It's a mess during construction, but
Yes, but
it'll be
I'm just
nice.
happy to see that the mess will be smooth, where you will be
It'll be
able to
nice when it's
drive on,
done.
you won't get whiplash.
We drove by it last
yes,
week when we
we
were out
did.
looking, and we were happy
We
to
were
see
like,
all that
"Yay!"
mess. So,
Look at all this mess, this was a good mess.
Yes, ma'am.
The Arrow Drive
Mhm.
and Thomas E. Howard, what are we looking at?
We opened bids for that project and it was over budget.
Okay.
And I believe the
You
administration.
have a budget amendment coming to you, first reading, next Tuesday, that will make it possible to award those.
Okay. Curtis Lane. We share that street, and so you can't just fix half of it.
Which one is that?
Curtis Lane.
Curtis Lane.
Yeah.
Curtis Lane is in the bond package as well, because it's, I think the estimate's roughly $1 million to make it where it would be, you know, holding up for a long time. So that one is in the package, and again, is in a series of asphalt collectors that need a bunch of work, and that is one of them that I drove when I went out to drive in your district and Councilman Taylor's district, and it's in there, and I don't know of any reason why it would not make the final cut.
Okay. I'm concerned too, because on that street that there is a bus stop. And I don't know how we fix that as far as for an accident not waiting to happen. I don't know how you engineers,
Okay.
you know, look at that and not creating a safety hazard for those who, you know, catch the bus at their location. And I mean, the traffic there is kind of amazing, because it's a high number of individuals that catch the bus right there, instead of even going up to the Greenwood Road, Curtis Lane stop.
This is a
But-
Sportrans stop?
Yeah, this is Sportrans stop.
Okay. We'll look into
Because they
it.
have two. You have the one that's there at Curtis Lane and Lakeshore. And then you go on further down, and I think it's like 3 stops right up in there.
Okay.
And that traffic, so if that does make the cut, or, you know, if it's passed, then I think the design of that is gonna have to be fairly unique, since there are bus stops that are right there.
Okay. We'll definitely look into it. Thank you.
Patrick,
Yes, sir.
couple of updates that I would like to get. The red light at the Haven, where's it at?
We're just waiting on materials. You know, there was a change order for the fourth signal. After
Right.
meetings with LSUS and Byrd.
Right, yeah.
So, everything, you know, the change order is executed, materials have been ordered. As soon as they get the materials, they'll install everything.
So the money's allocated, we don't have to worry about that?
Yeah, everything's
Okay,
good.
Flournoy, Lucas, and Wallace Lick Road, is that money allocated?
There's money for the signal, but, you know, after discussions, I think everybody's interested in building turn lanes also. So I think turn lanes currently is part of the bond proposal package.
Okay.
So we can see if it gets funded that way. and go from there.
If, and I'm not speaking it out into the world because my mother told me not to say that, but if something doesn't happen with the bond, don't we have some type of agreement with the parish to help us fund part of that? I don't wanna see that go away.
Yeah, the verbal agreement with the parish for the signal was 75-25 because, you know, three of
Right,
the
where
roads
the
come in
intersection is, yeah.
Residian. The one to the south, Lost Lake, is a parish road. So yeah, that's the verbal agreement at this point for the signal, and we discussed the cost of the signal. We have not discussed additional cost with them.
You know, my concern, and we met, the mayor and Mr. Dart, and I think you were on vacation, and Gary, my concern is once those 200 and something lots start to develop, which they're moving forward, the increase in traffic there is gonna be awful. And, we really need to, you know, even with the bond issue, we're gonna have to, you know, do something. And that was one of the conditions that we had on the annexation of the property, was to make sure that that red light was put in place. So I understand about the turning lanes and all that, but we need to really not let this get out of hand, because I'm already getting calls about the intersection.
Yeah, the design of the signals is almost complete.
Okay.
Because, you know, we were proceeding with that prior to the discussion of turn lanes.
You would have to do some modifications later if you had turn lanes and all that put in, but you could get, the signal will, I mean, the intersection will work with just a plain signal. You'll have some left turn backups now and again.
It's not ideal, but it would work.
Well, I just, you know, I know that we're looking at, you know, the spring for the bond and all that. I mean, I just don't want us to wait, because I think that the way DSLD builds homes, y'all know, I mean, it's
quick.
3 months, they got a house built. So, you know, we could be looking next year, there'd be 100 homes built in that neighborhood by then. So, and then the other one, I know we've talked about it, Mr. Dark, is I'm still consistently, and I'm going to start just sending them to y'all. St. Charles Place, people's cars are getting torn up, and I just need the main part of St. Charles Place. I don't think Gary can patch it anymore, but I started getting calls yesterday morning about it. Every time it rains, somebody's tire gets busted or something, and I don't think that the city has ever paved that street since it was annexed in 1993. And, you know, we talk about, you know, taking care of every neighborhood in the city. We've got to do something about that, at least that main street. And I know that we're gonna put it in the bond issue, but I don't know. I mean, if we tell the voters down there that you're gonna have to wait for this bond to pass, I don't think they've been waiting since 1993 to get that street paved.
Now, the current estimate to do that project is $850,000 to do the front part. So we just need to be aware of that. I mean, I don't have that kind of money laying around easily. I understand the frustration, and we'll see if there's something we can do short term. But that's in your list of bond issue streets at this point.
Yeah,
But that's the best, I mean, I just don't have that sort of money.
How much is the street?
About $850 according to the.
850,000?
We'll see what we have, but that's.
It's a persistent problem.
Yeah, it is. We're clear.
And it's a real mess. And I mean, they don't even want the arterial streets in there. They just want the main street. I mean, of course, they would love the arterial streets done, but the main issue is that. I mean, I've got, you know, people that are busting tires and tearing up rims, and it's a real issue. And I, you know, I hate that we created, I'm not gonna point back at you, Mr. Dark, but I hate we created this monster by going out as far as we did, but they are part of the city now, and they have been since 1993. And it's, you know, it's very similar to what.
Worse than Downing Street?
What's that?
Was it worse than Downing Street?
It's pretty bad. I was up on Downing Street. It's bad, but no, I probably would say it's not, but it's gonna be.
Right.
You know, if we don't do something to it. So, you know, I would like for us to try to find the money for that project if at all possible, but we'll see.
Hope and pray that, we've got a couple of more big bids coming in. If we get lucky, it may be there. If we get unlucky, we may be coming back for money. We've been more unlucky than lucky on bids lately, though, so.
Thank you.
Anything else,
Appreciate it.
Patrick?
Thank you.
Yeah, Patrick?
Yeah.
Councilwoman
Oh,
Bowe.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
That's
Go
okay.
ahead.
Mr. Furlong,
Yes, ma'am.
back in September, you gave me an update on the two projects we had left, one on Elon and one on Missouri. And on the email, you said it was gonna start the 1st of December. Are we still on track on that?
Let's see. That was Missouri and what street?
Elon, I believe.
Elon, Interstate Greenbrier. I got the email here if you need it. I made you a copy.
I can check on it, but,
Okay.
let me check on that.
Yeah, because they, I mean, like, the issue that, Councilman, Butcher's talking about, I have these every single day on a lot of streets, busting tires. I mean, it's not just one street in my district, it's a lot of streets. But this is one issue that needs to be, I mean, I would like to go ahead and get this done. And I'm gonna be honest, if we don't get these roads fixed that we have on this list, a bond won't pass. I mean, they don't feel confident in the things they passed in the past, as far as to give more money and the projects not get done. I mean, a lot of these projects, I don't know, I mean, I got some issues on Jewella Avenue. We spent money to contractors, and those streets are back torn up. So I think that we gotta do our due diligence and go back and look and see what's going on.
On Jewella?
Straight, it's close to Jewella and Frederick. There was a concrete job, there was a lot of money. It's back tore up, somebody's getting paid, and the right work is not getting done.
Okay.
I think that needs to be investigated. It's a lot of streets that we spent money on, and they don't last. I mean, I think they're getting paid to do it the right way, but they're giving us like the little whatever to fix it in the meantime because it's in the hood, but it's actual homeowners that live there that deserve to have the same service.
I don't think it's just in the hood, I think it's everywhere.
No, but when I look on Line Avenue, they had a street fix, but the curve is all nice and neat. It's painted, but you go.
State did that one.
Yeah, you,
State.
well,
State
so.
did that one. They did.
But I'm pretty sure the state pay the same money we pay. We pay our contractor, whether it's state or city or parish. We should get the same results from these contractors. I mean, when they cut grass, they cut the grass and leave the paper. I mean, we're paying good money, but we're getting zero results.
Well, some of the work is not all done with capital projects. There's many ways that you do see street work. and
Okay.
It's not all done in the same quality.
Okay.
And with
I just my opinion, I don't think we're getting the best bang for the buck in the city. Any services we get done is half. I mean, like the curves all dirty. If they come and repair something, they leave the construction site up there forever. You gotta call them and say, hey, can you remove this? The cones are laying in the streets, they run over them, and then they say our city's dirty. It's just that we're just getting the basic. I mean, nothing is done with no integrity. I mean, I'm OCD, so I'm looking, you can call them to fix something and they'll leave the material in the ditch, like it don't matter.
Right, so I'm not trying to deflect blame or anything, but the capital projects that we oversee, it's run like a tight ship. You're not gonna see those issues in those projects. But I am familiar with the issues. And look, we all work to find solutions to those issues. I'm just trying to explain that there's lots of different scenarios that we're trying to address. There's utility companies that do a lot of this work, and most of the problems are with them.
Okay.
There's other departments that do work in the street. We have recently, the permit office has created a whole division to address the utilities. It was a big to-do to get a permit for private utilities to do street work. And that program is still kind of getting built and getting up and running. But to oversee the work that they do, because it's been embarrassing.
Right,
It's been without city oversight. It's been a very low quality. So we're still working on that.
Okay.
To get those.
Okay, I'm good with
corrected,
that.
But it is, yeah, it's a big problem.
Okay, but I think we all need to get on the bus and just ride and just look at some of these projects and see what we can do for a solution. Because, I mean, my husband was on the council for 8 years. I see things that he talked about that I'm still going through those same issues. So they're just getting kicked down the road forever. And so the voters don't have any, I mean, I don't see anything getting done. So they're saying, like, no matter what we do with the bond, whatever we do, nothing gets done. So I would appreciate if we set something up with each department, even SWEPCO, anyone's involved. Let's put everybody job on the line and let them look and say, hey, we need to change the way we're doing things. And I think we'll see a better response from the voters when we go talk about a bond, because the first thing they say is like, they don't see anything. And then when they do see it, it's half done. So I'll be glad to we can put something together, have everybody together, and start holding some accountability, because we're spending money and we don't have money, but we don't see the good results.
Yeah, and a lot of the work in the past 7 or 8 years was from the sewer work that
Okay.
was managed by a consultant that the city had
Okay.
serious issues with.
Who-
And
Who is the infrastructure committee chairman? The infrastructure committee, don't we have an infrastructure committee? Who's the chairman of it?
Is that me?
I can't remember.
Mhm.
I don't think we've had a meeting since
with this
Councilwoman
council.
Fuller was here. That was where we discussed, we had really made some headway with the contractors and even down to plumbers about tearing up these roads and fixing them we had a really.
But we had a long meeting, and as Patrick is saying, when you talk about the permitting.
Yeah,
all of that.
yeah, and we
making
made
that-
some headway, I
and making
thought.
that big headway about, and I can agree with Councilwoman on it, that when we go and we see when the streets get torn up, in our communities, I promise you, it's a great big difference than what it is that you all see on your side of town, literally. Or when we come, or what we don't see, if the contractor that is working on, whatever it is that they're working on in our areas, are not taking that same level of pride in the work that is done. And I don't think that sometimes they don't think that anything is going to be said, but that's a horse of a different color, because we are gonna say something in reference to it. Because for me, I wanna know who you are, what kind of work that you're doing, because I don't need you doing work with the city if this is the type of work that you're going to leave, within our neighborhoods. I think that when you open up streets, or when you open up panels, and when they surround them, with the barricades, you really need them little flashing lights to be able to go over there and see at night, because not all of our areas are well lit. So it does make it very difficult that if we go out to the voters and say, let's do this bond issue, and then this is what we're looking at, then you're gonna get a lot of pushback to say, I'm not gonna go over there and do it until I see something that, my money is already paying for.
Yeah, it's like the work that we had done on Kennedy. We got the work done, but I had to call Javas, man, go over there and look at this part and tell
Right.
them about this part, and that shouldn't have been happening, but
Correct.
that's just how it is. Now, they did Evers, they did a good job on, whoever did Evers, they did a job, they didn't have to come back, but Kennedy, then they just half did it, different spots, but, yeah.
I do agree with y'all that it's a perception issue with the taxpayers
Correct.
that, the work's not getting done in some cases at all, but then when it's done shoddy, and that, a lot of it isn't your fault, Patrick, a lot of it is these,
Right.
I think Arkla, I'm just gonna call them out, was the worst one.
Oh,
They
most
were coming in and
definitely.
doing crazy stuff,
But
Line
they
Avenue
dig
was
up the
horrible.
yards and leave them crazy looking, don't repair them back to where they're supposed to, and unfortunately, they think it's the city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We get all of those
And then once they
calls.
do it,
Yeah.
you can't even get them on the phone.
Correct.
They don't answer. And they give the citizens a runaround. But we'll see about that
Let's do an
infrastructure
infrastructure
meeting.
meeting, I think that's a
and
good place to
we'll-
discuss
we'll
this.
get it done.
We all on the board, you're the chairman, Tabitha, myself,
Okay.
and
By
Jepson.
by
Yeah.
council meeting, we'll set a meeting.
Meeting up,
Okay.
and so we'll turn around
Yeah.
and do that.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Good
Okay.
idea.
And I wouldn't mind doing a tour like you're talking about. I think that's, when Councilman,
Bradford?
Bradford was here, myself and Councilman Nicholson, and we went and toured MLK, and then he turned around and came and was a little bit shocked about some of the areas that were in our districts.
Right.
And it's mainly, like you said, it's the Cedar Grove area, it's
Right.
these, and even some stuff out, even in, you would think off of Ellerby Road that wouldn't be like that
Right.
are. So, I'd be more than happy to do that.
We'll do it. Okay.
If I may?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I
Church
agree
bus.
with my colleagues up here. What?
We ain't got no game.
What you doing over there?
Going to eat in Morrison
We
when we
asked the
finish.
church bus to do the tour, they gotta dance.
Quit being,
I'm
quit
sorry,
being,
Kel.
quit being naughty over there.
Morrison's when we finish, Jim.
No, and, yeah, I get it. It's really a quality of work, and it's also a follow-up. I think that, it's incumbent to everyone, to do their due diligence. You know, if we assign someone a contract and we're paying good money for them to do their work,
Yeah.
you know, then it deserves a good follow-up, and they don't get a check until the work's done
Right.
and done correctly. So I am very fortunate that in my area, a lot of my streets are main thoroughfares. State takes care of them. You know, when Gary gets on them, or you know, when Alan gets on them, and so I'm very fortunate in that respect. My biggest thing, obviously, is just give me the update on Knight Street. So those people who are watching me now, watching us now, can kind of hear it from you on where we are, what we're doing, and what's the prognosis.
Knight Street, you know, due to inflation and other reasons, there's not enough funding.
Right.
But I do believe there's a
That's also on first reading next time, assuming y'all introduce it.
budget amendment coming up.
Okay, and a lot of that has to do with the utility movements and so forth, correct?
Some of it does, yes, sir.
Yeah, not just, it's just not a paving issue.
So we're gonna try to allocate money in the next council meeting to get that project going.
Correct.
Because I hear a lot from his constituents, just like
It's utility.
he hears a lot from my constituents. We overlap a lot, Broadmoor and all that. And that is DOA on the bond if we don't see some progress on a 2011 bond issue. So, you know, I mean, we're hearing that from radio hosts to people calling and seeing you in restaurants and, well, y'all need more money, but y'all ain't finished what you started.
And that is the last 2011 project to be done, and that's why we're happy to be able to say we think we have, you know, the money to do it and are willing to present that to y'all to vote on.
My hope is this, there's two things, and I said this, before you present us with any bond for us to vote to send to the taxpayers, I have two things that I wanna see. Number one, I wanna see some dirt moving on Knight Street, and number two, I wanna see something going on at the police station.
Say it loud for the folk in the back.
That's two things that I really wanna see happening, and some direction on what we're gonna do with these, you know, underfunded, substations, and we just have to have some answers. So, I mean, but Knight Street is a big deal. It's a major thoroughfare that people are investing lots of money down there, and we need to make sure, because before too much longer, it's gonna be gravel. So,
Patrick, a question I have relative to that they may want to hear. As I recall, part of the issue with Knight was there's a lot of utilities in the way. Are we talking to utilities now about doing their part as quickly as possible? Because they got to do that before they do the paving. is the way I
Yeah,
understand it.
there was a major relocation effort.
AT&T, I
prior
think,
to
is
start. AT&T had a major job, and all that was relocated. We revisited with everybody because they install new utilities every day without us knowing.
Great.
So we
figure.
visited with everybody, we called, we reached out to 811, that's the system that marks the ground before you dig, but we just reached out to them to get access to their database to see who all was just registered in that area. We didn't need paint on the ground. We just wanted to see who was registered because we wanted to talk to them. And we talked to everybody. They said they haven't installed anything new. They looked at the plans. They're still good with the plans. Everything's out of the way. There was a water main that's in the way of the new project, and that has not been relocated, but that is part of the roadway project itself. And that was one of the major issues previously.
And one other thing, I haven't heard it mentioned, and maybe it has been, are any provisions for sidewalks in that area?
Yes.
Okay,
There'll be a sidewalk from Shreveport Barksdale to Preston.
thank you.
And it'll be a fantastic connecting that area to really to the Red River Trail.
Well, it's gonna get a lot of traffic because the Y's building those new fields over there, and so we're excited about
Yeah,
that.
and it'll also provide space and a safe area for the kids catching the bus in the morning. You know, there's lots of kids in the apartments.
Yes, sir.
And right now with the roadside ditches, there's just not a good place for them to be, so it'll make a lot better space
And,
for them.
you know, and I have just another question. It's not, hasn't to do with anything in my area, but I get concerned when, of course, when I drive through other areas where, like Canal Street and those areas like that, where there's no opportunities, all there is a ditch on either side. And I did a study when I did a study, or I researched the importance of sidewalks in a neighborhood, that it brings people out. It engages our neighbors to be neighbors. It allows our children to play. And I don't know what we can do on those kind of streets that really have suffered, for so long, about at least putting a sidewalk on one side or something like that. But I'd sure like to, investigate that a little bit more thoroughly, because that really is a travesty to these neighborhoods, not to have what other neighborhoods do have. And I know it's just the way that they were constructed way back when, but that's just my,
90% of Cedar Road, 90%
that's
of
just
okay.
my 2 cents worth. And,
No,
I know
hear
the
you.
value of sidewalks, and I know what it does to our community, and uplifting our, our willingness to, be a part of that community and for our children and so forth. But
Yes,
I
sir.
figured I'd just throw that in.
No,
I
I
agree.
hear you, and I agree with
Wasn't
you.
that project safety? Or was it
Mhm.
urban project safety?
And we've looked at it to just add a sidewalk in some of these areas with roadside ditches, and it's very difficult with the roadside ditch because of just the elevations and the drainage. And then it's very expensive to get rid of the roadside ditches and put in subsurface drainage. Sometimes you don't need subsurface drainage. Sometimes the basin's so small that the gutters can handle it, and you can just
Well,
run
and
it
then
off.
maybe going forward, we can just start chipping away one at a time
Well,
at some point. I
we-
mean, I just haven't seen any kind of movement towards that. I know we look at it maybe, but I was just bringing that to your attention again.
We are considering that in the bond projects. There's some very narrow streets, and mostly in MLK. They're just so narrow, like, we.
Oh, I know.
We don't
I
even
mean, I
hardly,
get it.
we don't even hardly wanna, overlay them at that width. So we are looking at widening them, and that would typically include getting rid of the roadside ditches and
Yes.
having the opportunity, for a better neighborhood with sidewalks.
I know it's a tough task. I understand that. Thanks.
Councilwoman Bowman has another
Yeah.
question. And
Mr.
then
Furlong.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Yeah, on the intersection of Pines and Florida Lucas, by like the neighborhood Reeser, a drilling company did some drilling there, and they were supposed to repair the road once they finished. They've been finished now for about 6 months, but that road is really tore up from the big trucks going in and out. So I would like to check on that, because they come in the contract, it said, we'll repair your street once we leave, and then they don't, and then the city just takes over, and, we don't follow up on it. So I would like to check on that, because it's bad right there, right before you get to the railroad track. But they were supposed to fix the road from Buncombe to Florida Lucas, once they finish drilling.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're gonna have the same problem on Lakeshore next, because they're tearing that road up. So we need to hold them accountable when they finish drilling, to make sure they repair these streets.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman
So,
Taylor.
for me, Patrick, is two things that I want to ask you about. Mr. Dorkin, I do know you have the allocation for Ford Street. Once we repair those particular lines, or whatever it is that we have to do on Ford Street, which is another treacherous street in the city, tell me, what do we look at the time frame of there being activity on
I'm
that
not sure
street?
about Ford Street being a state route. I've not been included in those conversations. I don't know what the.
So Mr. Daniel was
plan is.
included in that conversation?
He would be, and I'll try to get you some information on, at least when we talk about it next week at council, I can try to give you some idea of how long they think it'll
Okay.
take before they can start doing the work.
Okay, so whereas Knight Street is the kicker for you all, it is David Rains and Audrey Lane for us, when you talk about bond issues.
I'll add it to my list if you help
yeah.
us with Ninth Street.
Yeah,
I'll go over and look at it.
David Rains, and they have it on the list. But when you talk about Ford Street, which I know is a state highway, but you always get, the city gets blamed for everything. And so I know that on the agenda is for that repairs to get ready to take place for that. And what is the parish's dollar amount that they're gonna add to that?
I need to find that out, because I've heard a couple of times
Yeah,
people say the
'cause
parish
there's-
has some dollars in that.
Yes,
For
they
the
do.
resurfacing, but I've not ever seen a dollar figure, so.
We need to find that out from Commissioner Jackson.
That's a
For
question,
sure.
that's a question that I have. I mean, you look at your tax bill, you see what you're paying to the parish.
Right.
I mean, in some of
And
these
we-
outlying
and we
areas.
pay that.
I mean, have we had any communications with the parish to help us in some of these areas? I mean, they're sitting on what's their surplus right now? And I mean, I just, to me, as a taxpayer, and looking at my tax bills, I'm paying a lot of money to the parish, and that's not school board, that's just the parish.
Total street tour.
I just think that, you know, in other parishes, you see where they help cities and municipalities, and are we even talking to them about it at all?
You want to have that conversation?
Well,
I've not been in a conversation like that, no.
Well, I know that I have, and going in and speaking to the commissioners that represent my area, because, you know, Shreveport is the largest city in the parish, therefore, the majority of the taxes and everything that are coming from Shreveport, Louisiana. And yet, I could drive on part of the street that is in the parish, and then when it's all smooth, and then it just stops right there when it comes to the city. I think in some of those things that we get ready to share, especially when I talk about in the MLK area, you could say out on Pines Road, in
North
those
Ferry.
areas, and yes, and all of that, that I figure that there needs to be some conversation with there too, because our dollars are going for that, and it's going, and the rural areas are fine. But where you getting the dollars from in the city, it's like pulling teeth in, you know, that you can't get any assistance from that. I don't think that that should be.
And I'll say something else that Mr. Dark and I talked about. Since the annexation in 1993, we have cherry picked things. But as the wells have started to dry out in our area out there, most of these homes are on city water. Most of them, I have one man that lives outside the city limits, but every time his ditch fills up, we have to call and we have to dredge the ditch because the right of way is in the city limits. However, he's living in a $700,000-800,000 house, not paying any city taxes, but it's on a city roadway.
Right.
Those are some things that we're gonna have to look at very hard, because we need to analyze, or with them paying double the rate, would it be better just to go ahead and pull them in, because we're already providing with the mutual aid agreement with the fire department, they're already getting the city fire department.
Right,
They're getting city streets.
right.
They're getting, you know, how much would it be for us to pull them in and just go ahead and do it? That's something we're gonna have to look at, but on the flip side of that, Ellerby Road, half of it's in the parish, half of it's in the city. Even though we've got to take care of the whole dadgum thing. And that's, and I've talked to my commissioners as well. But that's something that I think that needs to come from the administration as well, talking to the parish administration, because, I'll be honest, you know, when I have one of these guys call me that lives outside the city and says, hey, my ditch is full, I wanna say, call your commissioner.
Well, I
If
say it.
we were without a grade all down in front of Southern Trace back when I first got elected. And I called over to the parish, and half the road was, the left side was outside the city, the right side was inside the city. It was flooding all down North Ferry Road, which is a huge issue. And I called the commissioner and I said, hey, look, our grade all's down. We have all this rain supposed to come. Can we borrow y'all's grader? Well, I'm gonna have to check with the engineer, and I'm gonna have to check with Public Works, and I think Gary finally got it done. But it was like an act of Congress, and the answer should have been, yeah, we'll go ahead and send it over there. I know, former commissioner, but that is an issue that we deal with, especially in my area.
Okay.
So, anyway,
Good
sorry.
point.
All right. All that's your fault, Patrick, I promise you.
Yeah.
Some of it's mine, but that's.
Yeah,
Thank you, Patrick.
thank you.
We appreciate you.
thank you, Patrick.
Before we get Gary up here, Ms. Taylor, I don't know if you're reading your emails as we work, but the Boyle advisory for the apartments has been lifted, so.
Yay!
Just thought you'd like to know. Okay,
They can't hear the meetings on you.
Public Works, their budget is 28.1 million, which is up about 10%. Most of that is, we are now correctly budgeting enough money for streetlight electricity, because we've had to add money during the year to do that. We've also funded about $1.6 million in equipment for them. If we do the certificate of indebtedness, that's a pothole patcher, a couple of knuckle boom trucks, a bucket truck, which, believe it or not, are $500,000 a pop, 3 dump trucks, and 4 single cab work trucks. We have kept some of the money, although not all, that we added in mid-year for lighting. We are trying to mow and do all litter pickup at least as often as we're doing it this year. With little luck, a little bit more. We also are doing something that we did not, for some reason, do last winter, which is doing pre-emergent spraying, so that all the weed junk that ends up on the interstates takes a lot longer to come up, if nothing else. Told y'all yesterday that he had told us that the herbiciding was gonna cost a little bit more. Fortunately, we have a source of funding to add to his budget to do that, because, as I told you yesterday, we inadvertently left out 160-something thousand in plumbing permit revenue, so we can, when we do amendments, you'll probably see that. They have cut a lot of unfunded positions over the years. One of the things I had to get used to coming back here is that we do so much of the work in water and public works now with contractors that we once did with employees. I mean, streets and drainage got probably half the people that it had when I was here the last time, because there are other people doing that work. We can also do solid waste real quick while Gary's here, because he'll be answering the questions on both of them. Solid waste doesn't look a whole lot like we started this year, because we're trying to balance it appropriately. It's almost $20 million, and it's about 24% more than we started, because we also have money in there from certificate of indebtedness to buy 5 garbage trucks, and those are $285,000 more or less a piece. Their payroll costs are up some because they have a lot of people, because they have a lot of turnover. They have a lot of new employees, newer employees, and they will be the ones getting the largest pay increases because they're on the lower scale, and we merged. They're also, payments to landfill contractor up. You'll see an ordinance either this time or next time, because the landfill fee's going up again, because the contractor can, cost of living. We're gonna be paying about $4 million from general fund to make solid waste balance, which is up from about $1.2 million when we started this year. That would be about $2.2 million higher if we were not doing the proposed $3 increase. But they're doing a good job, again, with what they have. We've already talked about their capital, so I think, Gary, you're up for questions, whatever they want to talk to you about.
Some limit, actually, it says 2023, 25, 488, 20,
I'm sorry?
they said 2023, 25, 488, 2024, 28, 108, 100.
Mhm.
And then the difference is 2, 6, 20, 100. What's that? What does that mean?
Well, what it means is that you've got, the 25 million is what you started the year with. Started the 2023 with. You got $1.6 million essentially in new equipment, which is part of that difference, and the rest of it is pretty much payroll and streetlight electricity. That's why theirs is up from what they started 2023 with. It's almost all in those things.
Okay. And Gary, y'all do the cleaning on the expressway? Y'all do y'all do the picking up the paper and all that stuff on the expressway?
We have a contractor that does litter pickup on 3132, I-49, and I-20.
How much money is allocated for that?
Well, we were doing once every 2 weeks, and as a part of trying to efforts with the administration, they wanted to double that. So we pick it up every week, but I mean, it was, I think it's 170,000 per on the 2 week, and then when we doubled it, we got another 170,000. They pick up about they pick up about 8 tons.
I don't think your
Is
mic,
your mic
is your
on?
mic, tap your mic, see, yeah, it's on.
He's just old and hoarse like me.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I'm
Okay.
a soft talker, I guess. But yes, we pick up about 8, or the contractor picks up about 8 tons of litter a month. It's kind of on an average on those roads, and I really think if you look at them, I mean, I know people kind of remember the way it's always been, and so they just assume it's filthy, but look at it. It looks pretty good.
It's looking better, yeah.
You know, it really does, and that's what I encourage people that start complaining about. I said, take a look at it. Now, I can tell you this, as soon as we get through there, I mean, the truck can come by and stuff flying out everywhere, and then we end up, till the next round, the next week, it's, we've got a lot of stuff out there. Another thing that we added this year, it took us about half the year to get people hired to do it, but we've added a 4-man litter crew plus a supervisor that's part of our staff that we you know, we hit spots. If you've got some areas that you see in your districts that need to be hit, let me know, and we can certainly get them out. But I think that's been a very positive, also. You know, just, you know, echoing what Mr. Dark said a minute ago about the number of people that we have in streets and drainage, but we've got about 70 employees in streets and drainage. That includes the administrative staff, that includes the warehouse people. I mean, you get down to the people that are actually doing work in the field, we're probably in the 40 range, you know, and it's a big city, you know, so I mean, you know, I mean, our guys, I think, do good. We have supplemented, you know, that with our contractors, and I think that has been a positive. I know Councilman Talafair and I have met, you know, trying to, with our contractors, and it's been a tough group to try to get to concentrate on the quality of the work that they're putting out. The contracts that we have this coming year for grass cutting are up to be rebid this next year, and, you know, we're going to work to make sure that we tighten them up to, so that there's a clear understanding of what's expected of them.
They can't take that zero-turn mower and just run over trash like they
Correct.
did on Southern Loop. It was.
Yes, they've been instructed
Everywhere.
to pick
Yeah.
they've been instructed to pick the litter up prior to it, and they invariably they go out and do what you
It looked like
see.
it had
and then,
snowed on the side
you know,
of the
and
road.
they go back. It doesn't cost us any more. They have to go back and pick it up, but for the life of me, I don't know what, you know, what they see. And,
On your litter stuff, used to, the sheriff's office had crews that would come out and do that. Are they still doing that?
He
After
stopped
co-
during COVID.
Did he?
Yeah, it stopped with COVID, but, you know, we have an election coming up, and whoever the winner of that election is, I know both of them really well, and I plan on having that discussion, and hopefully we can get some help, you know, help back with it, because that was a big help. You
We
know.
just don't have enough inmates in city jail that are there long enough to do it, huh?
That's what I'm told.
Gary, who do you call
Make
when
the
those
slumlords
trucks,
do it.
when those
Exactly
trucks,
like that.
don't have a
We can make
cover
the
over,
slumlords
over
do it.
them and they just,
That would be the police department.
police department?
Yes, sir.
Do you just get the license plate, because by the time, I mean, you see them, they gone? What,
Yeah,
how do you?
it's hard. It's kind of like litter. I mean, I know we all see people throwing stuff out. I do, you know, but, you know, to be able to have your camera and take a picture showing the litter being thrown and get it to somebody, I'm not really sure what they can even do at that point. But it, you know, I do know that you know, we complain about the litter flying out of trucks and all. I know that the police will set up out at, and I think state police do it some also, out at the landfill, you know, checking to make sure that everybody comes in had a tarp, you know, over their loads. But it's a problem, a big problem.
A lot of the problem in Southeast Shreveport is coming from our neighbors across the river and the vendor that's taking all that trash down to Mansfield. I've seen,
it's still flying out the
I've
truck.
seen it flying out of those
Mhm.
private trucks. And I think you kind of maybe helped call about that, but it's still an issue. I think now they bought that landfill over in Menden. I think maybe they're taking some of it to Menden, so we're not seeing quite as much of it, but still, I mean, it's a real problem. I mean, they would have trash trucks, and they're coming, you know, down East Kings, down to get to that landfill down off of
Yes, sir.
I-49. Is there any way we can enforce that?
We can talk to the police about it. You know, I mean, it's a,
Could you talk to
litter patrol's not, I've always said is not sexy, you know, you're not.
Could you talk
trained.
to the guy or to the company that's doing it?
We certainly can.
That might be the way to go, is to say, hey, look, we know that this is happening. Are you covering these trucks up?
For
Because
real.
it's a mess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, you know, and that's, you know, one thing I sometimes have to remind some citizens that are very passionate and mad at us about the litter, and it's like, we're not throwing it out, I promise.
Yeah.
You know, we're the ones having to pick it up. And like I say, I think the efforts that we've made, and, you know, thankfully with the administration giving us money to put towards some of that, has made a big difference. You know, I know with our, you know, we've got several contracts that are rebidding this year. Our spraying of the interstate's is rebidding this year. As a matter of fact, it came in, you know, with the increase in chemicals and stuff, it's gone up several $100,000. We've got the mowing contracts that are going up. We're making, you know, a special emphasis on the corridor coming from the airport and, you know, even Pines Road, we go out to that exit in to, you know, to try to get more activity and doing, you know, zero turning those exits and stuff to where they look good, and then, you know, going into the airport. And so, you know, so it's, you know, there's probably gonna have to be something that's gonna go undone because of the funding, related to that, but we'll deal with that as it, you know, as it comes up. We'll try to make good decisions with it.
Gary, I'd just like to commend you and your staff, all of your employees that, work for you. I mean, they all wonderful, they doing a great job, and I really appreciate it. Also like to say that, you don't hear a lot from me now because, you hired Jarvis and he's like a pot of gold, so I don't, all I can tell you is he just get it done, and I don't ever have to call you, but I'm just gonna call you, but don't let Shelley come between us, all right?
I'll do my best.
By the way, while you're thanking him, I want to thank y'all. Y'all let us jump out on a limb when we had all that storm debris. We did something that we'd never been tried here. We weren't absolutely sure how it was going to work, and y'all supported that. Turned out well, but we appreciate you having the faith in us that we, you know, that we could get it done. And the reason I say it now is that if his guys had to do that, they'd still be doing it. And we would have broken every garbage truck we had, and probably had just about everybody in solid waste leave us. And, you know, I think thankfully there was somebody else to pay 75% of it, but I just know that the job they have to do the regular time is hard enough without having the event like we had in June. But it really was a good decision that you all helped us with to make that work, and I do thank you.
Well, I mean, I commend y'all for getting it done too, because it was.
That was a lot.
With the amount of debris that we had across the city. And you ride now and you can't really ever tell that it happened, and that was done within a matter of 3 months, so that was a good move on y'all's part, I think. I think it was money well spent.
Just thank y'all for having some faith in us, because that's, you know, when you do something that's never been done, everybody kind of goes, well, you better hope it's right, and, you know, this one was, so. But y'all helped us with that, and I appreciate it.
And your patience with it has been very helpful. You know, we're actually still picking up stuff that people are just not getting out from the storm. So.
I think you lost them, Gary.
I lost
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Gary, I want to say thank you too. When I first came aboard, I didn't know who to email, and I didn't get that tutorial from my husband. But I would email Gary, and he'd say, I'll take care of it, but it goes to this place. So thank you for that. Thank you for all y'all do. Jarvis, thank you. I complain, but I do see a big difference. I was thinking maybe that we could probably partner with Fair Share and get some of these young guys with these lawn services, maybe to help. I mean, you have a lot of young men starting new services, and they probably will pick up the paper before they mow the grass.
We'll get the word out.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
Bid them and
Right.
You know, let them take a shot at it.
Right, because sometimes the contractors get so big, our little projects don't mean much, but these young kids get out there, they'll be glad to get a contract with the city through Fair Share. Okay, thank you.
Gary, I just want to say thank you. I know that I got you, I guess Jarvis, I got y'all on speed dial. I mean, I know I do, and I do appreciate you always taking my call, always responding to my emails, always giving great results. I am most appreciative of the storm debris removal. The duck pond, as far as the duckweed or whatever, that stuff grows in those things. You're very responsive, your crew. And, you know, the street lights, I know that everybody's got a different responsibility as far as lighting. I know lighting is a big issue throughout the city, but things are starting to come along. People are starting to talk. People are very appreciative of the things that they're seeing, and I think that's going to be key to getting additional funding, regardless of which projects that we put forth, is that, you know, when we make a promise, we keep our promise, and I think that's what people are looking at. I have one quick question. The storm debris, where's the locations that we took it, and what did we do with it? Did we recycle it into mulch?
all of the city debris went to our 70th Street property where Water and Sewer and Public Works is gonna be, with it had that big
And
concrete.
it's still there, it's
No,
just
no, with a
been,
big concrete parking lot, but they had a shredder or a chipper that they brought in and chipped it all up, and then it's taken to the landfill and will be used, I think, as a mixture for cover out at the landfill.
once, I don't know which administration it was, but we used to have I say Public Works, I had a project where the limbs and stuff like that, we took it to the fairgrounds and it was mulched up, and then we told everybody, come on and get some stuff for your garden. I don't know how successful, I mean, it was free, and it allowed us to have a central pickup point for recycling that kind of debris. I didn't know if that was something we could do in the future, or whether it was cost effective. Probably not cost effective, because we didn't actually make money on it.
Right.
But it sure was well received in the garden community, so to speak, as far as free mulch and so forth.
Yeah, I know we went up to Texarkana and looked at they've got a mulching and facility where they have it placed out close to where their sewer treatment plant is, and that's what they use the sludge from that as a active ingredient for,
Got it.
you know, for to create the mulch with. But it's a pretty expensive deal. I mean, you have to have, you know, the hard surfaces for it to be on. You have these row machines that go down
I
and
see.
turn it all up, and you know, every so many days until it composts and all. But I mean, they have quite an operation, but it also came with quite a price tag.
Hefty price.
Yes, sir.
Councilman, Gary and I went out to the site out on 70th when they were getting relatively close to wrapping up. And what the product that they had at the end of that grinding is not something you'd want in your yard or that you'd want anybody's. It's very coarse. It's not fine like you'd want in your flower bed or whatever. It's a whole lot, you know, ground up compared to what the tree trunks were. But it's not at all what you'd want anywhere near any yards you wanted to be proud of. I mean, they'd had to treat it again. And the way the contract read, the waste company actually owned that stuff. Once they picked it up off the street, it was theirs.
Okay.
They had to dispose of it properly, and we told them, you know, if you want to recycle it, have at it. If you want to take it to the landfill, it's 3 miles away, you know. But that's the way that ended up working out. But it would have taken another serious, much finer grinding process to get that done.
So,
Okay. But we did use it for,
It's part
I guess,
of daily,
nurturing
daily
our
cover,
landfill
essentially,
then,
yeah.
at some point.
That's my understanding is what
Yeah.
Republic was going to use it for.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Gary, I don't call you as much either. I worry Jarvis all the time. All
At
the
6
time.
a.m. probably.
Yeah, I worry him all the time. So much so that when I don't call, he think it's a problem. If I don't call him. But I mean, I appreciate everything that you do. The question that I have is that your department does, is our grass cutting season. When does our grass cutting season start?
We try to push it off as much as we can to make sure that at the peak of the growing season that we've got enough money to you know, increase our frequency of cut to make it look good. But I mean, it all depends on the growing season. I know we get a lot of the winter annual stuff with the ryegrass and all the stuff that comes up that, you know, that usually pushes it toward the end of February, first part of March. And sometimes what we'll do is kind of do more of a rough cut, which sometimes gets people upset. We didn't do a good job of cutting. We're just trying to get it knocked down just so that we can push back the cycles for our growing season, so that we can, you know, do a better, like I say, do a better job during the rush of the season. This year we were, I say we were fortunate. We had a drought during the summer, and that brown looks really good to me when it slows that grass down for a while. But you know, it's all a matter of us managing the money that we have and the number of cuts. And I forget how many, was it 26 cuts? I think we got 26 cuts on our cycle. So, you know, we just take the money that we have in the bids and divide it up by, you know.
I think it's the main thoroughfares for me. And in the wintertime, if we're edging, because that's always a big thing to me too,
Yes, ma'am.
is when we cut and you don't edge, it's just like, why you cutting if you're not gonna edge? and making sure that those streets and those sidewalks are clear, especially when it comes, when school is in session and children are walking to school. The high grass on the sidewalks is something that is a real concern for me because of the nice little animals that we have rolling around here.
Yes, ma'am.
Within the city. And I guess I can say we don't know what season it is. We still have green grass and it's November. So I guess our grass cutting season just depends on what the season is doing throughout that time. But cutting main streets, I think is critical to keep those particular sidewalks clear, that we are responsible for maintaining. Those sewer ditches is another big concern for me because I have so many of them in my district in Allendale and in MLK, and I know it's quite a few in Councilman Green's area by Woodlawn and all those other areas too. They want to try to keep clear. So that's a real focus for me. Is just the beautification of it, and as much as we can try to keep that edged and nice and clean, I greatly appreciate that.
Yes,
Don't worry, I called yours.
Also, Gary, I know the ordinance, I think, says 12 inches. Is there anything special about why that we made that ordinance 12 inches? I mean, because 12 inches is high.
Right.
And, I mean, is there anything magic about?
No, I think it depends a lot on the area that you're talking about. I mean, I think when it gets to, from the property standards standpoint, when it gets to 12 inches, it's in violation.
Gotcha.
You know, on our interstate stuff, it was, the height was set at 12 inches, you know, when it got out of, past that. We're lowering some of those standards to try to, you know, to try to get it down. And we've had, on our interstate stuff, have had some difficulties with the mowing contractor. We've got our contractors with Edco as our spraying contractor, but they have a subcontract with the same company that cuts the state routes, and they've kind of gotten where they were getting more attention with the state because they got more to mow there. They mow all the way up to the state line and all, but so we've had a little bit of problem getting the kind of attention we want. So we're readdressing how we're handling that as it's being rebid this year and try to get a better product out of it.
220, and that's for the state to maintain.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I know that we have sometimes quite a bit of debris that happens right at Lake Shore, in between Lake Shore and Jefferson Page. I don't know if somebody is using that as a dumping site as well. You may see couches and tires over before you reach that particular exit, but I know that there's a little side street right there that's off, I think it's in the parish, that they use as a dumping site, that you can begin to see the trash that's right up in that area as well.
And we have sent our guys out even on some of that to pick, you know, like on those exits to pick up stuff so that it just didn't look so bad. But,
Yeah. Can you tell them to pick up their signs too? The state?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, when they through, pick up their signs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any more questions for Gary?
Jarvis got one for y'all, I think.
Come on.
If anything that we could ask from you guys is we're having an issue with tires.
Yes.
We don't have anywhere to put them. And we're running out of space for tires, so we need that
I
help
think that has
immediately.
been
I
a
think we
real
need to,
issue.
I think there need to be a committee set for that.
It really does.
Yeah,
I
'cause
think
tires,
it's the dark, that we had some, that we were looking at with Terrence. We were trying to come up with some different alternatives for how we could dispose of these tires, but I do think that that has to be a priority too. Especially when they doing these property standard sweeps, and then you look at the amount of tires that they recover and then where they have to take them. So I think that's also something that we probably add to that and having a property standards meeting to turn
Yeah,
around and
as-
address that too.
From the tire standpoint, the way we're handling, just so y'all understand what we're doing with them now, we got a grant from DEQ but we also had to sign a contract with them that we wouldn't let as many tires stack up as we had, because at one point we had probably 15,000 plus tires up at our Public Works compound off of Kings Highway. And that was a major fire hazard, you know,
Right.
and we didn't want to see that happen. But we're working with a contractor over in East Texas that gives us a pretty good rate on the disposal. And so what we do is they bring a trailer over, the trailer's set up, and we have it, whoever brings the tires in, whether it's streets and drainage, or whether it's, you know, a contractor that's working for us, or property standards, they fill out the appropriate paperwork and put those tires, are supposed to put the tires in the trailer, and when the trailer fills up, the contractor brings another trailer over and takes this one back, and they recycle them for whatever they're doing with them over in East Texas. But it, you know, it costs us, was it about, how much a month? Or $1,800 per trailer, $1,900 per trailer load. So it's a, you know, and we're doing how many of those a month?
It just depends on how many times. Sometimes
Okay.
one or two.
So
Yeah.
my other concern with that is that means that the tire and body shops that we have around here that are charged the $2.50 disposal fee, that they're not disposing of their tires properly if they're in our coffers. Is there any way that DEQ or whomever, that those shops, that they have to tag those particular tires that they have? That if they dispose, that we would know that to offset some of this cost, or that we have a way of inspecting that? I don't know, because we're getting all these tires and they coming from somewhere, some shop. But you're charging, you know, the consumer the $2.50 disposal fee, or whatever it is that and that's coming in on our end.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think that we definitely need to have and meet on that to see how we handle that with a lot of these body shops that are using, you know, just our property as dumping grounds. Because I know they do it quite a bit on Denver Street in Chester and Calhoun, for real.
It's everywhere. I mean,
Yes.
if they can find somewhere that they can be out of sight for a couple of minutes, they can unload a whole trailer full.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, I agree. We do need a committee on these tires because it's over and over and over.
Correct.
And we're paying the cost, but we haven't come up with a solution. I think one solution is putting cameras up. We know the dumping sites, they go to the same places, Burcoons, the end of Pines Road, the tire shop right on 7th and Fairfield, just stack their tires across the street. You can see it's their tires. I mean, we gotta hold the tire shops accountable, put up cameras, because we keep spending money, but we never find a solution. So I think, Mr. Dark, if you can help us with that, maybe we can get some cameras out there in the area, because they dump in the same places.
Correct.
I mean, I don't want to talk down about another agency, but DEQ needs to help in this process.
Oh, I agree.
mean,
Okay,
you know,
well, we can-
they come after us pretty hard
Right.
because we're kind of
Okay.
the low-hanging fruit, you know, but all we're doing is trying to clean, I mean, we
Clean
can't
it
leave
up.
that stuff in
Yeah.
these neighborhoods, you know, we've got to pick it up, but then if you're not handling it exactly right, then we're in trouble with it.
Right.
So, you know,
So if we need to set up a meeting with them, we can do that too.
We can do that. I'll be on board.
Yeah,
Mr. Dark, will you
we
work
can
on
do
that
that
for
too.
us?
I think we can, yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
we could do that too.
All right.
Just remember that there may be some occasions when we do this, we may ask some of y'all to come join us because.
No, we
No, we're willing to.
They
We wanna be
respond a
there.
little differently to.
No,
we
we
wanna-
wanna
we
be
wanna-
there.
We wanna be there.
To
We
us.
wanna be there.
Yeah.
So you
Count me in.
call the meetings and
So
we'll be
we'll-
there?
I'm
We'll
on your
have it,
side.
As long
so
as there's not but 3 of you there, it's fine.
yeah, so we'll do it for property standards.
Right.
Yeah, and
Yeah, we
so
Do it in a
we'll
proper
call it.
standards meeting.
Property
Yeah,
standards
Do it
meeting.
in
meeting?
proper
Proper
standards
standards
meeting, that's
meeting.
easy, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we
And
have
we'll set
had
it up.
several meetings over this, but we, you know, as well as we have with bulk pickup, you know, with evictions and stuff, but it just haven't ever quite gotten an answer of how we can,
That's
you
okay.
know, legitimately
See
deal
there,
with.
Jarvis? Now we answered
We
your
got it.
call. See,
Right.
okay? Now we'll
Right.
call you today.
Hey, Gary,
I have
just
some more stuff.
one final question on the tires. So, I know Caddo recycles, and of course, they make money just about off of everything they recycle at their bins. Do we have any relationship or any kind of agreement or anything that we could do with them, since we have you know, a large quantity of tires of our own. I know
Yeah,
they have.
I'm not sure what the parish.
I mean, I know that they recycle. They, matter of fact, they have certain days where, you know, they allow you to bring them at their dump site, not dump sites, collections points.
Facility.
So, I mean, I just texted Tim to see what the arrangements were,
Right.
but I know that they do.
There's only two companies really in the state that take these, you know, one's over in Sibley and then one's down in South Louisiana, Colt, I think it is. But they, you know, there's only one in Sibley, they grind them up or pull the wire out of them and send chips to I think the paper mills for use for fuel. But there's only a certain amount of that they're allowed to do. So, you know, it's kind of a hit and miss thing as to whether they could take it or not. And that's, you know, this, like I say, this company over in East Texas has given us a better deal, and, you know, they're giving us more along the lines of the pricing that we get for a qualifying tire that's, you know, that where they paid the $250 and all and got credit for that. If we don't, if it's not deemed to be an eligible tire, then you know, we end up having to pay $4 or $5 a tire. Then that's really expensive, and then you get tires with rims on them already, and that's another problem that you have to deal with. You got to cut them off of those. But
Hold on a minute.
Thanks, Charlie.
Thanks, Gary.
Thank you, Gary. Next, we have fire and police coming up, but because everybody's up here hungry, we're gonna ask fire and police to come back at 5:30. I'm just kidding. We're gonna take a 10-minute break and then we'll be ready.
So we're at the end.
You know, probably the least easy to predict because we do not know, you know, we don't know how many people are gonna get in the academy. We don't know how many people will actually come out of it and stay at work. And we don't know how many folks are gonna stay home. I mean, we were told earlier this year that there were pretty much everybody at the upper ranks was eligible to go home. I don't think they've all gone yet, but they could, and that's.
Got 3 or 4 that will leave the end of the month, 31st, and about the same, I believe, in December. It averages around, our attrition rate is around 3 to 4 a month.
And if they can replace those over the course of the year, that will be the first time we've done that in a very long time. If we do better than that, we will all cheer. And if it requires a few $100,000 to cover that sometime in September or October, we'll be happy to come back to you. But a lot of things have to fall into place before they would need more money than they have in this budget.
Chief, where's my Bearcat?
We just talked about that, Bearcats in production. Definitely, and thank you so much, because, like I said, all the miles on Bossiers is Shreveport miles, and I know they're getting tired of us. And as the
Chief
fire
White?
chief so illustriously said a few minutes ago, it did get injured, and we had to, you know, pay for the injuries to it, but ours is on the way. And thank you all so much for talking to him about a boat. They seriously need a boat.
Most definitely.
As you know, the cooler weather brings about a change in fish habitat, and the crappie and catfish and stuff begin to really move around. And you got to have a good boat to get to them. So thank y'all so much for that.
Smart Alec, he gone now. He's still back in. He was just waiting for you to do that. You know?
Sorry about that, but I had to.
That's how they catch you with their boat.
You had me going for a minute there. I thought you were actually going to support the fire department.
Chief, out at Cross Lake Patrol, do we have, how old are the trucks that are out there? Are we ordering any new ones?
That was in our plan moving forward. They have one pickup truck and a couple of really outdated patrol units out at Cross Lake Patrol. And it is in our future plan to replace those. They got the oldest ones left in the fleet. And it's our intent to replace those with a 4-wheel drive pickup truck. And the time that they are not actually out on the boat patrolling the lake, they'll be patrolling the neighborhoods around Cross Lake and responding to calls themselves. Their equipment is outdated just recently. Their boat cratered. The motor's gone out on one of the boats at the worst amount of time because it's getting into hunting in the duck
So-
season,
Wait
and
a
that's the
minute.
only boat we got.
So let me stop you.
Yeah.
So we don't have, the boat that we have is not working properly for patrol?
Yeah, no ma'am, no ma'am. We got different boats. We got a
Okay.
patrol and rescue boat. It's doing fine. Coming into hunting season, duck hunting happens on Cross Lake on the north end of the lake, and that falls under our
Under our-
purview. We
right.
permit the duck blinds and all of that. And you know what a mud boat is?
Yes.
Our mud boat has crashed. Ain't that right, Angela? The motor's gone out on it at the worst time when duck season starts, when we permit duck blinds and inspect them. But we're gonna work on
So can the motor be replaced? Do we need another boat?
another boat.
Okay. How much is the pricing on that boat?
All right, talking to Mike.
The Cross Lake Patrol staff is working on quotes, working with vendors to try to get us quotes. I don't have a number just yet. They told me they're working on
So
that.
as soon as you get it, would you send it to me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you also send me the pricing on a truck?
I think
Yeah,
the
it-
truck may
it'll,
be in your equipment package. I can't remember. I'd have to look back. It seemed
We-
like that
we'll
was-
put it in there
Seemed like
for-
that was one that we were funded to get next year.
Yeah,
There's 5 officers up there, and we wanted to equip them with
Correct.
trucks.
There's so much activity that goes on around the lake.
Yes.
And so much traffic, and so the entire lake is you all's responsibility
Yes,
to patrol. That is within the parish.
Yes, ma'am.
So I definitely want to make sure that we have everything that we need, and then you all have a lot of late night activity that goes on there. I know, because I hear it from my window.
Yes.
That I want to make sure that we're outfitted and that we're safe,
Okay.
because of how the lake is. It, transferred definitely into my district, as well as Councilwoman Bowman's district, into the parish.
Yes.
All that we have there. So if you can give me that pricing on those boats and you give me pricing on those trucks, I greatly appreciate that.
And again, those are the kinds of things, particularly the boat, he can buy out of the public safety fund
Yeah.
without you all having to do
Mhm.
anything.
It's just happened within the past few weeks, and
Well, I
couldn't
definitely-
happen at the worst time when you need it for duck season.
So I would definitely say to go ahead on and move and order those,
Okay.
order those boats for sure.
Oh, sure.
Well, I think the trucks are important too.
Oh,
so-
most definitely.
Check and see what we put in there, because I'm pretty sure there's at least one in there in that package, but I'd have to look. I can't remember everything.
Especially 'cause we have some people that like to hunt.
Yes, sir, we did put those in there. I think it's about 55 grand per vehicle with
Mhm.
upgrades and everything.
That's what I remembered. That's.
So that's for
Pretty sure we've got a
2024?
couple of those.
And those F-150s that.
F-150 four-wheel drives, like, they PPVs, they're police
Like
vehicles.
what Bossier has?
Exactly right. Exactly right.
Since y'all having this problem with y'all GSA, let's see if we have to look at somebody else.
Okay.
Okay.
The new command vehicle, we meet with the company tomorrow to finalize. They through with all their engineering drawings and what they have to do. And after tomorrow, it will be moving, full speed ahead to get that back online.
So Chief, we met with some business owners this week, and one of the concerns was the lack of speed on the police station, I guess, for lack of better words, and in relation to how the citizens will see the new bond issue. And, one thing that you and I had talked about, and I think we did this in a council meeting or public safety meeting, is getting some of the detectives and things out into other areas where you can get the station ready.
Yes.
For a perception issue as well as a safety issue, is there any thought of moving them into a downtown building somewhere while the building's being built? Because it's a twofold thing. Number one is it's getting them out of a bad environment that we've said that they're in.
Yes.
And then the second fold is it shows the citizens that we are actually moving on that 2021 bond, because
Sure.
I think that's gonna be our we were just talking about that. That's gonna be our biggest hurdle. And that's something that can be done without moving any dirt.
Correct.
Well, here's the direction that's taken place so far, but I'm still, open for any conversation. That was proposed to me some time ago, to look at some vacancies downtown, to move our detective. Here's what it amounted to. Public perception could change the other way because all of the investigators are bringing people into their offices who are under arrest or will be arrested. So I just don't know if you want, how that would go with the public.
Well, I mean, you got the
just don't know.
courthouse downtown, you got the FBI downtown, you got the DEA downtown. I don't, I mean, I understand, I just, and there maybe there's something that's not right in downtown that we could put them in.
It's the frequency of bringing criminals in, I just don't know how they will sit. But here's what we're doing that I think is gonna work out okay. Wildwood, is everyone familiar with where that is? Preparations are being made for SPD to occupy Wildwood. Our third floor, when that happened, will be completely empty. And all the employees on the third floor will go to Wildwood.
Wildwood, you talking about,
The old Girl Scout place
the
at
old Girl
70th
Scout
and
place?
Jewel.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Ideal. When that happens, all of the investigators on that end of the building will move to the third floor. In other words, we are making an attempt to empty all of the building except the high-rise so construction plans can be made. All the investigators will be off of that end. That's the part where you see the 2 levels of jail. Beneath that is the traffic bureau. And plans are being made to move them to the west substation. SPAR is already in the process of cleaning up and getting the right bids for the remodeling. All of them will move out on interstate to the west substation. That will be the first start. So that will empty that portion of the building, over half of the building. The contract has been issued to the architect to do the architectural work for Central. Then we can begin to work together and plan demolition on that part where no one is, coming back, building a building there, and then everyone can just shift across the hall from there to there. Also, everything is pretty much rocking along for the north substation. Matter of fact, a groundbreaking is being planned for that very soon, and SPAR has already been seeking bids for demolition. So things are fixing to start happening. It's just gonna happen all
Do
at
we have a
once.
plan for that north side? I mean, y'all have an architectural plan for that one yet?
We have the architectural rendition, the actual stack of plumbing, electrical, everything.
That would be awesome if the administration could share that. I think.
I can bring that anytime.
Tuesday is when
I think it's Tuesday, yes. 2 acres, 2.8 acres or something other was donated to us, free of charge. Daisy Day, the lady that owned that, we purchased that piece from her. Another piece is going to be donated to the city for that purpose. So everything will be owned by the city all the way to Wendy's, that whole portion right there. But they've been cleaning up. Things are fixing to start moving.
So on the south substation, I had talked to Mr. Dark about this, and I think it's a good location, but it's not quite as big as what y'all need. But that Twisted Root building would require very little. And it's up for sale, and it's a reasonable price. Have you looked at it at all?
I didn't know about that. Is it at least 2 acres?
It's about 1.5 acres.
Okay.
But it's got a lot of concrete around it, and the building itself is about 6,000 square feet, brick building.
I'm familiar with the building. I've eaten a lot of buffalo burgers there.
Yeah.
I've eaten a lot of buffalo burgers there. I'm familiar with. Well, I'll go out and have a look at it. I didn't know it was up for sale.
Yeah, it closed, and I talked to Grant about it the other day, and he's listed it since I talked to him, but I kinda had an idea, and I told Mr. Dark, I said, I know it's not exactly site size that you're wanting, but the building, to rebuild that building would cost us a tremendous amount of money.
Sure. In a substation, what we have to keep in mind is public access, plenty of public access. Substation, we're gonna divide the police department by a fourth of people going there and vehicles, so roughly 50 or so vehicles, of our vehicles going there. With the current designs of landscaping that have to be in your plan, that takes up a lot of territory. So you gotta have, generally, as a rule of thumb, parking space. If you got space for a 6,000 square foot building and 100 parking spaces, you're good. Because it becomes that safety zone, and you got to have plenty of parking space and access for people to come in and exchange children or whatever they want to do. But I'll go and look at that. Thank you so much for that.
Isn't there vacant land to the south of that location? I mean, I seem to
There
remember.
is, it's owned, I pulled it up, it's owned by a finance, I think somebody just bought it for the taxes, but it's called Motor Finance. They own a lot of property around town, but they own another couple of acres to the south going back towards Boots Pharmaceutical. So, so between the railroad tracks and Twisted Route, there is additional land that can be purchased. I think the thing that's attractive to me is you're right there at 3132.
Yes.
You know, it could serve even parts of the west side, and
Got 100 parks.
Red River Range.
yeah, Red River Range.
Okay.
But- And it's not in District D anymore, so I'm not just trying to sell it to be in it's in District E.
I'll go and
So,
look.
But that's a good location for that area.
it is, and I mean, I think that it's, with with Line Avenue being there, 3132
Right
Burke
by Amy
Coons,
Palmer Farm and
I-49.
all of that, yeah.
So, I mean, I'd really like, and I'd be happy to do any legwork as far as looking the additional property or find out who the owner is or whatever. I'd be happy to do that. And
Okay, I'll
send
go
it
out and
over
have a
to you.
look.
Yeah, its only real issue, and no site's perfect, is that road is blocked a lot by our friendly
That
trains.
train, yeah.
So they'd have to go north a lot to get out of there.
Always blocked off, it just sits there sometimes.
That's really the only.
I've found that you can
Okay.
go down there by the old Circle K by Corner Collections and cut across
Oh,
and
yeah.
go underneath the train, so it's.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't
Thank
think I
you-
got a
thank
kind
you
of
so much
vehicle
for
that can do that.
Yes.
Thank you so much for that. I'll definitely go and have a look, because I probably get asked that question more than I do any questions about substations, because we've talked so much about east and west, but people ask me, where's the south one gonna be? And I said, I don't
Well,
know.
it makes our job easier to be able to sell a new bond,
Sure.
that at least we've got some plans going on where we are. And I think sharing your renderings of what you've got going up on the
Absolutely.
north sub, but as quickly as we can get something on the main station,
Okay.
that's the question that we're hearing out in the community is, where are y'all? We passed this in 2000, and a lot of people don't understand that.
And it takes a couple
That
of
it
years
takes
to
a
do
while,
that.
Yes.
but they're like 2021, we hadn't even seen plans. So I think if you could even get a rendering on what you're gonna do down there
Okay.
between now and the end of the year, that would be awesome.
I've met the architect, and he assures me that sometime very soon, we're gonna start meeting and getting together, so I'm looking forward to that, and we'll make that happen.
Awesome.
So
Absolutely.
Mayor, who's the architect that's going to do the, who's the firm that you chose for the police station?
Prevo.
Prevo.
Those the ones here, or the ones that,
Here.
okay.
Chief,
Yes, sir.
do y'all have anything on the horizon about, body cam?
Mo-
Improving your body cam?
Yes, sir, we do, and they're constantly being improved because they're constantly wearing out. As a matter of fact, we just talked about it recently. Axon, I think, is one of our vendors, and we definitely are looking to improve what we got, because any piece of equipment fail, and as they get old, and they're failing too, no doubt about that. But yes, sir, that is our conversation.
Wayne, there's a new grant you all have for next year. It's $500,000 about body cameras. Do you know what that one would do? Because I couldn't figure it out reading the description.
I think we talked earlier, which body cameras be purchased from that?
Yes, it's a match grant,
Match grant.
and actually it was recently reduced to $450,000, so we get
It's only
$450,000
money.
we have to provide.
Okay. So what does that do? Does that help you buy cameras?
Yes, body camera.
Who's ours with now? It's not WatchGuard, is it?
Safe Fleet.
You know, I met with the Axon people and I met with WatchGuard before y'all even went with this. And the thing that I liked about it, if we could find the money, I think Councilman Talaferro's been kind of out on the lead on this a little bit more, but the thing I liked is Axon says, okay, we'll give you brand new body cams now, we'll give them halfway in the middle of the contract, and we'll give them at the end of the contract.
Is that the one that did the presentation before?
No, that was
No, it's
WatchGuard.
WatchGuard.
That you were on that one. Axon is a different company, but Sheriff's
We have
Office
the
uses
tasers.
WatchGuard, I think.
You know, the real issue with Axon is just it's what, 2.4 million a year for 5 years?
Yes.
And that's a lot of money, so.
It's no doubt in anyone's mind that Axon is a superior product
Yes, sir.
to Safe Fleet that we have. There's no doubt about it. It's a superior product.
Well, I just think that we need, and some of the things they were saying is that price also included though your interrogation rooms, new tasers.
And we need to kind of whittle that down to maybe the basics if we can.
That might be an idea for us to start.
Sure.
But I mean, I don't know, I'm just kind of following what, I think that's his wheelhouse more than mine. But I think that it's something we ought to really look at, because I think Bossier's probably gonna go to them, and one of the things that they were telling us is, like, if y'all have something on the Texas Street Bridge and Bossier's there, and somebody pulls their weapon, everybody's activates within that. So it's not like
Yeah.
somebody else or somebody pulls their taser, everybody. So if Caddo goes to it, if Bossier's there, then all of those are talking to each other. Now, we don't have access to theirs, we have to get it from them, but it's an automatic deal where it comes on. And the world that we're living in today,
Correct.
and the stuff that y'all are up against right now,
Seconds mean everything.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
They are superior to the other companies, no doubt about that. And one of the neat things about Axon, all I think of your video needs, is that right? Body cameras and car cameras, one company that has the superior product can do it all.
Something else they were saying, and I don't know how you do your stuff, your packages for the DA. I was talking to somebody at the sheriff's office yesterday, and they say they're still hand delivering packages or whatever to the DA. I was talking to somebody in DeSoto Parish yesterday, and the way they do theirs, they don't use Axon, they use WatchGuard, but everything, including your interrogation video, your body cam, everything is integrated into and it's all digitally sent over to the DA, where the DA can access it right away, so there's no gap in that. And Axon has that too, right, Jim?
Yeah, it's basically it's a chain of evidence, and it's uploaded in the cloud. I mean, I know you're aware of that,
Yes.
but you know, so therefore it's not a, oh, well, I sent it over, well, I can't find it, and so, you know,
Correct.
officers are out there with no evidence.
Well,
So since Grayson kind of mentioned it, so I'm a fan of Axon. I guess everybody knows that. I'm a fan of our officers getting the best equipment out there. You know, equipment that is seamless, that works with each other. I don't want to a la carte anything anymore. I want to just buy stuff that works together, you know, that's integrated. And I hope that within the very near future, we can provide our officers with the state-of-the-art things, because you know as well as anybody that we don't want those officers having to come into the department and changing their batteries out, or worrying about their cameras shutting down at a critical moment when,
Right.
you know, if you get that warning and you know that something's not functioning right, you're out there you're out there on a limb. So I really look forward to having a conversation with you and administration and Axon to hopefully move something forward. If we have to kind of eliminate some of the things in that package out, that's fine. But you know, the most important thing is getting our officers the
Yes.
technological equipment, the technician. What do I want to say?
Technology.
Technology. Thanks.
Well,
You know.
Well, thank you so much. And
I agree
electronics are
with
so
that.
funny.
Yeah.
You know, we use stream lights. That's our flashlights of choice. They rugged as could be. Over the course of time, from normal wear, you put it in your charger, get ready to go to work, the green light is on. And you feel confident that you got a good flashlight that's gonna work for you at night. You get out on the scene and you turn it on, it lasts a second. Because the battery life and other things. So y'all are right.
Well, I just think that it's something we should look at, and, I mean, I don't mind talking to other companies as well, or maybe having a public safety meeting and bringing it in, but thing that Axon was attractive to me is they're like, okay, we'll buy you out of your existing contracts if you do it by, you know, it's almost like a car salesman. We'll throw in the undercoating if you go ahead and buy it by the end of the year. But it does help you budgetarily that they're helping us buy out of these contracts.
Yes,
So,
yes, absolutely.
Well, I think the other thing too is that everything is a matter of seconds
Yeah.
at this particular point, and what you're up against and what law enforcement is up against, you know, is critical, and the safety of our citizens
Yes.
is, you can't put a price on it.
Absolutely, I agree 100%. Yesterday had a meeting and the conversation came up about body cam videos getting to the DA for prosecution. And, you know, it really would nice to have a more seamless way to do that, other than I've got one employee that sits there, gets the request, finds the right video, burns it to a CD,
Yeah, that is
gives it to somebody
antiquated.
else to be taken
Yeah, that's
to the DA.
antiquated.
It's time consuming, absolutely
it's
right.
we're living in a world now that everything you're doing is being scrutinized, and you better have the right technology to back up what you're doing.
So I
We'll-
think you need to do a public safety meeting, and we can have them here to
Have all
demonstrate and
of
look
them
at them.
demonstrate.
That'd be fine. I mean, I wouldn't mind.
Here.
Okay.
Chief.
And we are not in the cloud now. All of our records is server-based. It's located.
I mean, if you
At
wanna
our
get,
building.
I mean, Chief, if y'all wanna get 2 or 3 vendors that y'all like together and bring them in front of a public safety meeting,
Yeah,
we
We
could
could do that.
dedicate, 2 or 3 hours
that'd be good.
to that and look, and then bring your officers in and let them look at them and see, because I can tell you from what I'm getting from the council and talking to them, we're willing to spend that money.
Right.
We just want it to be something that's good, and we want it to be something that you want.
Gotcha,
Right,
gotcha,
I am.
gotcha.
Chief,
Jay's gonna take us to Morrison.
and it's like, do y'all still do those taser, classes, you know, where you had people being tased?
All of us that carry a taser have to be trained, and we get tased ourselves. We don't, tase just plain citizens, but if you'd like to, I could arrange for that to happen.
Sounds like you
I
like.
remember when we were getting those tasers,
Yes.
then y'all had something set up that you could go through the process.
Mhm.
And I was just thinking, I've never been tased, so I wanted to see if you could set some up.
Nah,
We can
keep
make that
doing
happen.
He wants to ride, the lightning.
Do you want that council meeting? Hey, we can make that happen.
Fast, so.
My recruiter,
Well, let me
Chris-
tell you.
My recruiter, Chris, was telling me this morning, we have a lateral class going on, which is officers that are already post-certified and come to SPD from somewhere else. This guy, I forget which agency we come from, but he got tased this morning, and he didn't know, before you get issued one from us, you're gonna know what it feels like. Chris was telling me about how it affected him,
Yeah,
but it works.
okay. Had some church members out there.
And so, Chief, while we're talking about tasers, so what's our
That would not be me.
what's our plan for the new tasers that Axon is offering us?
We are beginning to replace,
They actually have some money in the budget as it exists right now for taser replacement that might become part of this other thing if you can find another 2 million, so.
Yes, sir, that's exactly right. We would like to do a package deal with Axon and do an upgrade to our tasers, because the ones we have now, they're not the first generation, but they're like the second generation.
Right.
So we may be able to get into a package where we can save a little bit of money, but it is gonna be,
And the new tasers are sparkless, correct? You can, really, yeah, they're sparkless.
because I know that I hadn't seen the new ones,
Yeah.
the most, or I guess the newest ones that they've gotten.
Right,
That's what
and
they
with
told
the.
us, they were sparkless, I think.
Huh?
They're sparkless.
Yeah, the new ones are sparkless. And, the reason I really want to push forward with that is because obviously colder weather coming up, and I understand these new tasers, thick clothing has no effect on the effectiveness is not prohibited by the clothing.
Correct.
So I really want to get that equipment out there to those officers if possible, for sure.
Are we,
I have one question, Chief.
Yes, sir.
The surveillance trailers that we demoed back in June, the 2 trailers, what's the status of them?
Because of the cost, and we had got some preliminary quotes, and the local company was the lowest, Guardian. But because of the cost, and we're buying two, then we gotta formally send it out for formal bids, if that kind of makes sense. But it's going to happen. It is going to happen. Funds were allocated for it. It is going to happen.
Any idea when?
As soon as we get the bid out, hopefully within the next 2 months, I'm hoping by the end of the year or the very beginning of next year. We've just been trying to get all the quotes in and find out who we're gonna be able to go with.
Okay, thank you.
We're
So
hoping to have those along with,
It takes that long to get it out for bid?
And that's
Ma'am?
because we're ordering two?
Is it take that long to get it out for bid?
More often than not, yes.
Good Lord.
We're actually requesting updated quotes this time. Like Chief said, because of the dollar amount, we'll have to send it out for bid. Once we get that information, it should be expedited. We'll get with purchasing, and we'll see if we can, along with the administration, see if we can fast track it.
One of the things we're gonna be looking at some point this year is we get this kind of discussion more often than I'd like. We have set our own limits for what requires bids maybe a little lower than we have to by state law. And if we have, we may wanna talk to you about that, because this kind of stuff happens more often than I wish it did. 25 grand's awfully low for,
Correct.
for some of the stuff we do. I mean, ran into it on your wellness thing as well.
Right.
It may be that we want to talk to you about doing whatever's possible within state law to see if we can make that happen a little less often.
And he's so right, that would be great, because sometime getting one piece of equipment, you may be okay. But when you get two, then that's gonna push it up to that, over that limit where you gotta do things totally different to be in compliance with the law.
Is there, is
I ain't
there,
gonna-
is there a secret to, I mean, do you have to order multiples, or can you just order one,
Well, it's-
process it, and then order another, process
What
it?
saying is trying to, what's the appropriate word for it? There's a legal system in place, and when you're trying to
Prevent you
circumvent
from
the
skirting
legal
that.
system, way of doing it. Same way, we're hoping to have these in place real soon, especially coming up to our festival season.
Right. And that's what I was hoping, that we would have them prior to festival season. Well, just even Thanksgiving, Christmas.
Sure.
Yeah, leading on up.
We've been saving our pennies for a couple of years through donations, and finally found some extra in our budget to buy two ATVs, Polarises. They make police ATVs for the Mardi Gras parade, and we really need those. We got stuck in a pickle.
Asking the
during
fire department about those,
Right.
really.
Yeah, we got stuck in a pickle during Snowmageddon when Interstate 20
Right.
shut down.
Right.
We had, all our vehicles now are all-wheel drive. But you know what? We still couldn't get up on the interstate to help nobody.
Right.
We needed ATVs, so this will put us in a better predicament.
I didn't know this, and I was talking to the fire chief over in Bossier the other day, and that new fire station they built at the East Bank, they don't even run their fire truck out of there anymore. They have an ATV that if it's a call that's right within a mile or two, they put them on that ATV, and they say it's easier to get. So they
Through
run that out of the
traffic.
fire station.
Wow.
So
I went to-
I'd like to see one downtown. That
I
might
went
be-
to San Francisco, several major cities, you'd see ATVs in that downtown area. You definitely would.
That's not, but that's not a bad thing to do.
We used
No,
to,
that's a great
Because
idea.
of how our streets are.
our downtown used to be filled with Cushmans when we had Walking Beat. And
Yeah.
all a Cushman was a three-wheeler, just be frankly what it was.
Right.
Do you remember that?
They got meat, well,
Well,
I was
had
gonna
meter
say
maids,
meter
but-
maids,
yeah.
right.
That's downtown, and they went as far as the airport on Monkhouse Drive. The three-wheelers did.
I mean, if that's something that you think would be a benefit to downtown, I mean,
Yeah.
they're not that too terribly expensive. Maybe we
What
could get a couple of them.
one costing, on ATV? They're like 25,000.
See, what
that's
we're
not
trying to
expensive.
indoctrinate into them is that because you created that public safety fund,
You
and
can,
there's
you
actually,
can spend that
and
money
there-
out
and
of
there's
it.
actually almost $1 million in it, just for public safety, just for
Right.
this year. They've always been reluctant, I think, to you know, try to find the money. The money is now there. I mean, obviously, you can't do it 50 times because you'll run out. But for stuff like this, this is what it's for.
Could
And we want them to
go
use
ahead
it.
on and order two of
They,
them.
yeah, I would say three, actually.
Yeah.
You'd
And-
have
Got
two.
two,
Yeah.
right.
And with the
Chief,
upcoming,
let me
with upcoming festivals, it's gonna be, next year, it's gonna be even more and more important that we have the greatest visibility, be mobile as possible in the parades. Very, very important.
Could you use those downtown as well, though, on the weekends, like we have major events or something?
Yes, sir.
Chief,
That's what I would like to see. but-
Yes.
I think you pull it all out of the fund.
I do
Go
too.
ahead on it and order those that you have, that you need.
so that you won't have to put it out for bid, do you think you could order them staggered?
I can, but I know that has been seen as trying to circumvent the system by doing that.
Could you order three that aren't
Or
just exactly the same? One that might have a spot to put extra people on, one that's only two, or, you know, could you kind of split them up a little bit where it's not the same exact thing?
I don't know, I'll do whatever you tell me to do, as long as
Council member
it's
tells.
ethical, legal, and moral.
Headline reads.
I was just looking at declaring
I'm just saying,
When you get an opportunity
a
and you
public
close,
safety emergency.
yes, that's right. When you get an opportunity, and you close to the internet, Google Polaris, police, it's on the state bid, Polaris Police ATV.
Are
You're
they
gonna
on
be
state
very, very
contract?
impressed, huh?
They're not on state contract?
They're not- Polaris is not, Kawasaki is.
What about those cooperative buying agreements?
I don't know how the sheriff bought his, but the sheriff showed up last year at Mardi Gras with two brand new ones that was very, very impressive, but
Oh.
his deal is different.
check the circumvent now.
Okay. All right.
I definitely for the trailer cams.
Yeah.
If whatever it is that we need to do in looking at that, Mr.
Mhm.
Dark, to get those, I think we definitely need to try to get those as soon as we can. And-
Okay.
And those are
Yeah.
the vehicles.
How much were
Sure.
they?
Two, they were like 30-something thousand.
Mhm.
So that's,
Like
so the
32.
public safety fund
Yeah.
can be used to purchase those.
Yeah, that's what it's for.
Yeah, there, go for
I mean,
it.
essentially, you got 900 and something thousand this year, and the appropriation we've currently got in there is 750 for next year. It may not end up being all that much, depending on how many people run through school zones, but it's still, it's enough to do this kind of stuff.
Right.
And that's what y'all set it up for.
Right.
And that's what we're trying to encourage them to do is when the two chiefs have something like this, that's not a big number, but something that would make a lot of difference, this is what it's for, buy it.
And, you know, while I got y'all attention, I just wanted to let you know that RTC is doing wonderful. Integrations are coming in. It is really, really, I can't emphasize how much it is helping us to solve crimes. You know, not to say anything specific, but it's really, really helping us all over town in every quarter of Shreveport's.
Well, I commend you for that because we
Yeah.
pushed for a long time for you, because you think about where you were last year with it and where you are now.
Yes,
Y'all done a good job.
Correct,
yes.
correct.
You know, I don't know, I can't say enough good about it and how wonderful it is to move in the direction of having trained eyes to look that can see a potential hazard before it happens. Really, 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 matter of fact, we're having to buy new cameras and boxes and things because of the demand. And yes, and dedicated a sergeant there with experience in investigations of all realms to be proactive in our city to find locations where cameras would benefit us, our covert cameras. It has been working unbelievable, unbelievable.
Thank you, Chief.
All right,
Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Okay, y'all, here's kind of what I think I've heard for the last day and a half. Most of the questions we have that are money related are relatively simple to deal with. This one is not, because it's a lot of money. We will try to work with them and see what we can do, because it's clear you'd like us to do it. And so the question is, okay, how do we do it? If it was a one-year commitment, it might be easier. This is not. This is what, 5 years, Wayne?
Correct.
And, yeah.
Yes.
And so, I mean, it's not only money we gotta have it going forward. But unless you all come back to us with other things, that will be our priority between now and December 12th, is to try to figure out, is this doable? Can we do it without messing the rest of the organization up? You know, how do we pay for it? All those kind of things. But, you know, unless you tell us something else, that's the big thing we will be working on.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I think that, you know, I don't mind having a public safety committee meeting, but there's really no need to. I just think that the mayor and
I'm
Tom need to.
I'm really concerned about, obviously, being seamless with other agencies, because we work so close with them.
Right.
And my guess is the Caddo and Bossier will go with Axon, and if we don't, I think we miss a golden opportunity to actually have, you know, a seamless, system between all three agencies.
Where are we with our license plate readers?
Good question.
I forgot to ask you.
Where are
that.
these license plate readers?
Where are we with our license plate readers?
They're up all over town with more to come. I'll give you a little tidbit.
I was just so I could just make sure I ain't driving late.
Yeah. Some of the things that have happened.
Yeah, make sure you're up to date now.
Yeah, I'll whet your appetite just a little bit. Some of the things that have happened in the past 3 or 4 days, the LPRs have helped us to locate vehicles, and they've helped us to determine a particular time that things have happened, but not getting into too many details. They're up all over town, and they're working great. We're going to look at, some other cities have expanded them to city buses. They put them on city buses because they run all day, all over town anyway. So we're going to look at that for the future. But they're going up, absolutely.
Or trash.
Yeah.
Trucks.
Yeah.
Trash trucks in every street.
Yeah. All right.
Before we leave, I'd just like to commend the administration and our staff for putting together such a wonderful budget, and I just think that you all have done a great job. And I just wanted to say that. I just think that
Thank you, sir.
it was great. I think all the questions that we asked were beneficial, and this has been a great budget meeting.
Budget meeting I've ever been to.
Me too.
Quickest.
Well, we don't have to end now. I got some more stuff that I want to say.
You're gonna be talking to yourself in a minute.